All right. Welcome, everyone, to our Latinx in Tech Summit. We are so excited to have you here today. I already see that some of you have been introducing yourself in the chat and networking with everybody else that's here. So thank you for that. My name is Rebecca Zinsmeyer. I'm the Community Programs Coordinator at Capital Factory, and I'm going to be one of your hosts for today. With me today, I have Jonathan Chavez, a Dallas Venture Associate for Capital Factory, who will be my co-host. How are you, Jonathan?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm great. 3-day weekends are awesome, but I've been so excited for this summit. I literally resurrected literally one of my oldest Spotify playlists. I voted Latino just to get ready for this. So I
Yeah.
am ready to go today.
No,
And
that's
just
awesome.
as Rebecca mentioned, I am the venture associate for Capital Factory. I'm based in Dallas, so I spend most of my time focusing on North Texas. But feel free to reach out to me anyways. I'll drop my LinkedIn link in the chat if that's all right. So feel free to connect whenever.
Yeah, definitely. And we do have Alex Wiesenthal, who is already in the chat giving some instructions here and there, but she will also be posting other links in the chat. So Jonathan, she can post that LinkedIn for you, the LinkedIn page of mine and yours. That way it's all ready and good to go. So as we said earlier, please continue to introduce yourself in the chat. Let us know where you're from, what you're most excited about for today, what company you work with, your favorite dog breed. Let us know anything. We're here to learn about you and who you are and provide some awesome content. So with that being said, we are going to jump into opening remarks from our founder and CEO, Josh Bear. So Josh, take it away.
Howdy. My name is Joshua Bear, and I'm the founder and CEO of Capital Factory. Capital Factory is the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, the #1 state for startups in the US. Thousands of entrepreneurs, programmers, and designers gather day and night, in person and online, for meetups, classes, and coworking. And with boots on the ground in Austin, Dallas, and Houston, we meet the best entrepreneurs in Texas and introduce them to their first investors, employees, mentors, and customers. According to PitchBook, Capital Factory's been the most active investor in Texas since 2010. So why are we gathered here today? We know that diverse and inclusive teams perform better. The data shows they're more successful and produce bigger returns. But that's not the way most teams are today. We're starting from a major disadvantage due to hundreds of years of systemic discrimination based on race, gender, physical disabilities, and sexual orientation. Sometimes it's blatant and intentional, but just as often it's subtle and unconscious. Diverse and equitable teams won't happen unless we are intentional. If we don't actively focus on it, we end up with teams that all look the same. That's why we're all here today. Latinx leaders, entrepreneurs, and allies in tech who support and invest in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our DEI strategy at Capital Factory has 3 primary channels and 5 focus areas. First, we focus on partnering with every other organization who we can find, who's doing great work with DEI. Groups like Div Inc., Houston Tillotson University, Notley, Opportunity Hub, and Women at Austin. We invite them to use our space, we cross-promote each other's events, and we refer entrepreneurs to each other. Second, we host summits like these, designed to celebrate diverse entrepreneurs and talk out in the open about the challenges they face. This is a great way for us to meet new people we wouldn't normally and to get the message out that our community is open to all. It's also a great way to elevate the profiles of our most successful diverse entrepreneurs so they can serve as role models and inspiration to others. And third, we put up $100,000 investment challenges reserved for teams with diverse founders. This has been an extremely effective way for us to meet new entrepreneurs with amazing new companies who we just wouldn't have found before. The 5 focus areas are women, blacks, Latinx, LGBTQ, and veterans. And we hope to add programming for disabilities soon. Our next diversity-focused event after this one is our Women in Tech Summit coming up October 5th during Austin Startup Week. Please help us get the word out. So what should you expect today? I'm so excited to welcome Alejandro Ruelas, my friend and co-founder and CEO of LatinWorks, now known as Third Ear. It's grown to be one of the most respected, specialized advertising agencies in the industry. He'll be joined by Savannah Barker from Notley. Savannah's no stranger to Capital Factory. She was our very first DEI coordinator who helped create the foundation for this summit that we're attending today. We'll also hear from Mark Madrid, the CEO of the Latino Business Action Network, with our very own Eugene Sepulveda, Managing Director at Capital Factory and CEO of the Entrepreneurs Foundation, discussing the state of Latinx entrepreneurship. You're in for quite a treat. We're so thankful to have partners like Google for Startups and BakerBots. We couldn't have brought this group together without their support. One thing that really stands out to me about Google for Startups is the way their support for diversity, equity, and inclusion has been a consistent and unwavering theme in everything they do. They worked with Code 2040 to sponsor diverse entrepreneurs in residence at Capital Factory and to share best practices across their network of tech hubs around the world. Google recently launched a fund to support Black entrepreneurs, and 5 of the startups in our community received $350,000 in funding. It's impressive. Capital Factory is transparent about what we do too. We recently published our 2019 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Report, which reflects on our work over the past few years, what we're currently doing, and how we want to continue improving in the future. If you'd like to read about that and learn more, visit diversity.capitalfactory.com. And you can contact me directly on Twitter @Joshua Bear, send me a message on LinkedIn, or send me an email at josh@quityourjob.com. Thank you for being part of our community. I hope you make some amazing connections today. That's why we're all here.
All right. Thanks, Josh, so much for those opening remarks. And as Josh was saying, we do hope that you make as many connections as you possibly can today. So, Jonathan, would you like to explain our networking component of this event?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the greatest and maybe at times underappreciated silver linings to this new virtual world that we live in is that you're now able to expand your network without geography being as impactful of a barrier. And you'll get to meet people that you normally wouldn't before. So before we head into programming, I think we should take advantage of that by taking about 10 minutes to network with other attendees. So to begin networking, what you're gonna do is you're gonna press the networking icon on the left side of your screen. Once you're in, you're gonna randomly be paired with another attendee, and you'll have about 5 minutes to speak with each attendee until the round ends and you move on to the next. If you wanna continue the discussion after the round, you can press the connect button at the bottom of the page. So you'll have a chance to connect with two other attendees prior to our keynote session with Alejandro Ruelas and Savannah Parker.
Perfect. So we will head into that session after the networking. So if you want to press on the networking icon to the left-hand side, that will randomly pair you with someone, like Jonathan said. The prompt for this networking session, we do have multiple networking sessions throughout the event. So the prompt for the first one is going to be, what is your favorite event that you have attended virtually in the COVID era? And then have you attended any other Latinx and tech summits or Latinx events this year? So that's going to be your prompt. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes flat, y'all. Please be back here in 10 minutes for the keynote session. So please head to the networking now.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a fantastic networking session. Just FYI, on the right side of your screen, you'll see a section called polls. Periodically throughout this event, we'll be dropping polls to get your feedback on various topics, questions, hot button issues, etc. So if you click on the polling section now, you should see a list of polls, as well as one on the networking event, mini networking event we just facilitated. So please let us know how it went by answering.
Yeah, and I just had a great segue into what I'm about to talk about now. So in our new virtual world, there are new phrases and just words that we're using more often than we did before, such as, can you see my screen, etc. And if you just saw me randomly looking down, trying to find something, I was on mute. And we're going to play a game today called You're on Mute. And so we're going to play this after every single session has ended. And the game is super simple. If any of the moderators, hosts like us, or speakers try to talk while they're on mute, then after the session, we are going to give the audience one random word, and whoever can type that word in the fastest in the chat wins a $25 gift card. So we're just gonna have a little fun, with a few mess ups here and there, which is so common during the virtual, events, and I think they're hilarious. I always do this myself. I host a couple events a month, and without fail, I will talk on mute. So yes. All right. Well, and no pressure on the speakers. It's all fun and games. But we are going to move on to our keynote session. We have Savannah Barker and Alejandro Ruelas here with us today. But if we could bring Savannah up, she will be the moderator of this event, and she's going to give a few details on her background. Savannah?
Oh, hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I hope I'm not on mute and everyone can hear me. My name is Savannah Barker. I'm the Senior Director of Strategic Programs at Notley Ventures, which is a social impact investment firm here in Austin. And previously, I actually worked at Capital Factory helping to organize some of our diversity and inclusion summits like this one, although I never had to do a virtual one. So I'm really excited to be here today and to help moderate this discussion with Alejandro. He's got an amazing story, and I'm just really excited to share that with everyone. Rebecca, do you want me to go ahead and introduce Alejandro?
Yes, feel free to jump right into the session.
Awesome, great. So I asked Alejandro to send me a bio so I could use that to introduce him, and I asked it to not be dry or boring. I didn't want to just pull a bio off of LinkedIn, and he sent me a great bio that I think really helps to capture the kind of leader he is. And so I'm going to just share a little bit of that with you, and then we'll bring Alejandro in. So after 13 years as a marketing executive at the brewing giant Anheuser-Busch, Alejandro became a, quote, accidental entrepreneur as the founder of Latinx, which is now known as Third Year, and which is one of the most celebrated ad agencies in the industry. Over the years at the agency, he served with some of the highest profile brands in the space and has produced breakout memorable work, including the #1 spot in the 2007 Super Bowl broadcast. He's blessed with a fairly competitive streak and a well-developed appreciation for the health benefits of stress and limited sleep. So he added a second venture to his business portfolio in 2019 by joining a group of outstanding entrepreneurs and finance professionals in creating and launching Capstream Group, which is an investment banking and advisory firm for business owners by business owners. He also is a board member at places like the Texas Tribune, where he currently serves, the Ann Richards School Foundation, Ballet Austin, and most recently at the Economic Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. He holds an MBA from the Olin School of Business at Washington University in St. Louis. And in 2010, he was undeservedly honored with the Olin Distinguished Alumni Award. So please help me in welcoming Alejandro.
Hello.
Hello, Alejandro. Thank you for joining us. In your bio, you call yourself an accidental entrepreneur. So I just wanted to start us off by giving you the chance to tell us about your journey from professional soccer to marketing executive to founder of Third Year.
Well, it's always fun when people say professional soccer. The truth is I did it for a very, very short period of time, and clearly it did not stick. Otherwise, I probably would have a totally different career. But basically, right out of college, I had an opportunity to join an old league called the North American Soccer League, where they thought I was decent enough to be part of a developmental squad, is what they called it. And so I started playing there, but fortunately, I think I was blessed with having enough vision to realize that all of my ideas about my wherewithal as an athlete were improperly placed. I just simply was not at the level of some of the folks that I was playing with, and decided that it would be wiser for me to step away and go pursue an alternate career. And so, being the oldest of a family of 8, and not really having had to work too terribly hard to support my endeavors, it was time to kind of contribute to the family. And we were not a high income family, very low income. So I stepped away, landed a job at a beer distributor. And while I had the intention of going back to school and perhaps going to medical school, or apply some of the learning that I had gotten as an undergrad at my college. I had studied exercise physiology in almost as a backup option for one day perhaps becoming a bit of a science-driven coach if the medicine career didn't pan out. And so the plan was go back to school after saving a little bit of money, helping out the family, etc. But the beer career started to take off, and nothing makes you get distracted from your goals more than feeling like you have a little bit of money in your pocket. And I think that's basically what happened to me. So a few years later, I ended up working for Anheuser-Busch, which was at the time the largest brewer in the world. I believe they still are, but in those days, it was a very well-recognized American company, a leader in the world of marketing. And I had the opportunity to work there, went to Northern California for a few years, then to the corporate headquarters in St. Louis. And, while I was there, basically my I guess I had a little bit of an epiphany. I worked in sales and marketing in the sales and marketing organization, and I thought, we're the people that are generating all the money for the company, but the guys that seem to be taking it home are the people in finance. So I said, maybe I'm in the wrong place. I need to move over to the finance side, and so to do that, I needed more education. So I decided to go get an MBA and focus it on finance. And so while I was doing that, this kind of gets me back to the whole accidental entrepreneur idea. While I was there, I got contaminated with the entrepreneurial bug, because I was hanging out with a bunch of people that were, all wanting to be entrepreneurs and, really smart people looking to innovate in lots of different areas, et cetera. And it just got me thinking that perhaps the experience that I'd had was sort of giving me messages that I had not been paying attention to. So the one message that I had gotten was that, having worked with a lot of advertising agencies in the multicultural space, which was the area for which I was taken to St. Louis to work at headquarters, that perhaps there was an opportunity to do that better. And I could do that better by starting a business in the advertising space, having an agency. So that led me to convincing another colleague to join me, and ultimately ended up going out and doing it. But it wasn't part of the plan. The plan was to become a finance professional and to take some of that money home, and it didn't quite work out like that. So I ended up where I am now, and it's been 22 years of a lot of fun and ups and downs and all the things that go with being an entrepreneur.
Awesome. And you talked about, this focus on this multicultural space, and, diversity, equity, and inclusion are all sort of hot topics right now in the past several years, and especially even just in the past several months. So I'm curious, when you came up with the idea to kind of start your own company that was specifically focused kind of in this space, it seems like you were really ahead of the curve in a lot of ways on viewing that as an opportunity, marketing to diverse populations. So what did you see that other people didn't see, or that other people are just now starting to see?
Well, I was very fortunate because I worked for a company that was incredibly progressive, and it was an equal opportunity pursuer of beer drinkers. As a company, it had been doing multicultural marketing well before I got there. I was given the opportunity to work with very large budgets, with a company that at the time, I think we were the number one investor in terms of marketing resources into multicultural, spaces, whether it was the Hispanic market or the African American or Asian American, or what we used to call in those days alternative lifestyle, which now is referred to as LGBTQ. The company was just very, very focused on ensuring that all consumers felt the love, from the company. I mean, there was a mantra that we used to work by that was making friends is our business, and the company really genuinely lived up to that idea. So I was fortunate. I was fortunate to have been exposed to the opportunity. I was fortunate to have been able to work in it, and also to learn that the company valued the idea of relevant communication. Showing respect to a consumer that a lot of other brands in lots of different product categories really didn't take the time to do the same thing. And so that was also one of the reasons why Anheuser-Busch was a dominant brand in the space. I mean, in the Hispanic market in those days, we were north of 70% market share, and that was the case across the board. Yeah, so there are lots of things that have happened over the years that started with Anheuser-Busch. I mean, you've heard about the United Negro College Fund, for example. I was lucky enough to work on all of those campaigns at the time. I mean, it was sort of unheard of. I mean, you're talking 25, 26 years ago. And the company was just really ahead of its time. But it all started and ended with the idea that the consumer is what mattered. And as long as you were respectful and did your homework and tried to be relevant, you were going to get their business. And I don't think there's ever been a company that worked as hard to get multicultural consumer business like Anheuser-Busch did in those days.
Great. We've got an audience question from Josh Baer, CEO of Capital Factory, and he's asking, when you started your company, did you bootstrap the business or did you seek investors?
The idea was my business partner and I were very fortunate that we had some stock options that we were going to use to finance the business. But when we left, we had a fairly high profile in those days in the space. And a former boss of ours who worked at Anheuser-Busch and had gone over to be the CEO at the Miller Brewing Company, he heard about our departure from the company because he made some of the trade publications, et cetera, and he called us. And so one conversation led to another, and before we knew it, the Miller Brewing Company gave us our very first contract, which made it possible for us to keep our stock option money and not have to invest it in the business. So we were lucky enough that our first account pretty much was the underwriter for the agency getting started. So no, we never had to go to investors. We never had to spend our own money. Quite frankly, we didn't know how much we were going to need until we had a client that we actually had to service. And then we realized, we need money for this and then the other. And they gave us a very generous contract that made it possible for us to finance all of it.
Got it. And you went from being a marketing executive at a huge company, you're saying, one of the biggest, if not the biggest sort of brewing company in the world, to being, a founder with just one business partner. So I'm curious, what was that transition into entrepreneurship like? What surprised you about, going from being part of this huge organization to kind of doing it on your own?
I think the biggest discovery was the stress associated with having your own business, because, I'd never really thought of the idea that employees of a company really rely on the decisions that you're making for their livelihood. Mm-hmm. And so knowing that, our business approach, our business model, the way that we operated every day, our work ethic all had something to do with whether people had jobs or not was really, really, new to us. It was a big discovery, and it was a difficult thing to have to deal with, because when we worked on the corporate side, all of the stress that you feel, you kind of channel it towards being more competitive, because you're always looking to see how you're going to move up the organization. You never really stop to think that the mistakes you make along the way could cost people their livelihoods. Because it really doesn't, honestly. I mean, the companies are massive, and they're huge, organisms where, it takes a lot of bad decisions for people to start losing jobs. And, for us to be out and doing it ourselves and seeing that, every day that could happen. I mean, you talk about things costing you to lose sleep. That was certainly the one. So I'd say that for me, that was the biggest discovery and the biggest change.
Nice. And you mentioned you were in St. Louis. What brought you to Austin? Why did you choose Austin?
When we decided to start the ad agency, we decided it was going to be focused on the multicultural space. And Hispanic was really going to be the sweet spot for us. And, being in St. Louis would have been really, really difficult for us to project, the kind of validation, if you will, or legitimacy as a multicultural organization. So we had to kind of look around the country, and the big markets in those days, as they happen to be today, were, in the East Coast, you're talking about, New York or Florida, in the Midwest, Chicago, and then down in the parts of the world is Texas, Arizona, California. And, Texas and Austin in particular had a number of different points that made it, extremely attractive to us. One was that, again, it was a bona fide Hispanic market right in the middle of the country, which made it possible for us to be able to move from one part of the country to the other and to get to them, fairly quickly, but as compared to being in any one of those coasts. So that was one. Another was that we were going to be relying on people that are creative, by nature. And creative people, they have a need for stimulus that they can't always find in the environment that they're in, unless they happen to be in a place like Austin. And Austin had all of the signs to us, from a music perspective, from an artistic perspective, et cetera, that it will be the kind of place that the type of talent that we needed will be willing to come and work from here, and feel that inspiration that's necessary to do the work that needed to be done. Then there was also the fact of the University of Texas at the time. I don't know if it's the case today, but in those days, they were graduating more minority students, multicultural students in the areas of advertising and media than any other university in the country. And we thought if we're going to need a place from where to source talent, especially young talent that's coming out, talent that isn't yet very expensive also, this would be a great place, to do it. And then, businesses have to think about whether the place that they're located at are the kind of locations where people can their cost of living is such that it'll give them a good quality of life. And so that was as true for us, the people starting the business, as for any employee that we were going to try to attract to this area. So I think all of those factors in combination made Austin incredibly attractive. And, I'd like to say that we were visionaries given where we are today, with the city being what it is and all that stuff. We were just fortunate. But yeah, there were a lot of good signs that told us this was the place.
Thanks. Great. I've got a few more questions, but I also wanted to invite the audience if they have questions. We're going to have a little time at the end for kind of a dedicated Q&A, but if y'all have questions throughout, feel free to post them and I'll ask those as well. I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about your newest venture, Capstream Group, which it sounds like was started in 2019, and kind of what motivated you to kind of pursue that and kind of what that's all about.
Well, this is, I'd love to tell you that this was my idea, but it wasn't. I was lucky enough that some people that I have a lot of respect for, who are great professionals in the world of finance and entrepreneurship, decided to start a boutique investment bank headquartered here in Austin. And the intention was to create a little bit of disruption, in the space, and to provide an alternative to business people that may not have had it before. There are a lot of companies that tend to be on the smaller size that do not get serviced by the big investment banks when it comes time to consider either a sale of their business or a capital raise or a recapitalization or things of that nature. And the business partners that were kind enough to invite me to be a part of it are people that have a lot of vision and who are really, really smart about the opportunity that exists. And so Capstream seeks to try to fill that gap and to offer an alternative and also to bring to business owners the perspective of other business owners, people who have actually been in their shoes, who understand what it's like to consider the idea of walking away from your business and having a liquidity event that can make the difference to your family and to your family's future, etc. So that's sort of how Capstream came to be. Is I'm one of the founding partners, but again, not because I had the idea, but because of some people were kind enough to think that I could be helpful. And I think having the background in finance, academically speaking, even though I've never practiced professionally in the area of finance, I think gave me enough confidence to say, what, with all these guys holding my hand, I think I can jump in and do this. And so we've been having a ton of fun. It's been a very enjoyable thing. And for me, with the advertising hat on, I also think of Capstream as a place that can potentially help me to source some business opportunities for the advertising agency side as well. So it's sort of it's complementary to what I've been doing, but it's busy, but it's a lot of fun.
Nice. I've got a question from Jim Hurdy. It's actually a two-part question. So the first part is, how, if at all, has the fundraising landscape for Latinx individuals changed throughout the decades? And the second part is, have you read all of the books behind you?
Well, I'll answer the last one first. No, I have not. There's a lot of books that I've skimmed, but I do like books, and like anybody, we take the time to look at them and see what you can learn. And once you pick something up, sometimes you put it down and you think you're gonna go back to it, and you never do. So no, there's a bunch of books that I have that I hope to one day have a chance to read, But anyway, I've read a few. I think reading is an important element of having lots of different ways of thinking about life. So anyway, so that's that. How has the fundraising landscape for Latinx changed through the decades? That's a tough question for me to answer, because I've been, the last few decades, I've been completely focused on the advertising side of the business. And again, as I said earlier, I did not have to engage in the area of of fundraising for the business. But I will tell you that the challenges from anecdotally having spoken with a number of people who have done and who have started businesses and have gone through the process of having to raise funds is that it's not an easy thing. It's a complicated thing. I'm reluctant to say that it has to do with being, part of the minority class, but if I were to share what I have heard from all the people that I've talked about it, is that has been the case. That has been rough because minorities are not viewed the same as mainstream, business people. Has it changed over time? Again, according to a lot of the people that I've spoken with, the answer is yes. I would say that from where I sit today and in the things that I'm seeing, I think the world of business has become very aware that the cream always rises to the top, and I think that if you look at some of the great innovators and some of the great companies out there, they've been created by people in who come from multicultural backgrounds, from minority populations. And so I think at this point in time, I would hope that the playing field is fairly even, but I'm reluctant to be completely committed to that point of view, just simply because my personal experience is a little bit different.
I've got another question. What was and this is an interesting one, what was the deciding factor or the driving force behind the rebrand from Latinworks to Third Ear?
So that's a great question. So what happened in our business is that over the years, the multicultural advertising landscape has evolved because the populations have evolved, because the levels of assimilation have evolved, because what at one point used to be considered a separate and unique population, speaking specifically about the Hispanic market, that has changed in fairly dramatic ways. There's still a market that requires very specific communications, but for the most part, over time, you see that the assimilation levels have become greater and greater, all the time. So as an agency, we needed to start evolving, not necessarily to abandon our multicultural roots, but to come at our marketing approach with a lens and with a DNA that helps us understand the multicultural experience. Because honestly, today, whether a lot of politicians want to accept it or not, we are living in a multicultural society, and American culture ceased to be what it was in the last decade or so, and has become completely different. And it has been enriched by the contributions of Hispanic Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans, Arab Americans, you name it. Every subculture has contributed to what I think is a richer and more exciting, American culture than ever before. So as an agency, we had to evolve, and we started to find it challenging to have clients look at us as anything other than a pure play Hispanic agency because of our name. I mean, Latinworks sort of screams Hispanic market. Mm-hmm. And, it took us a while. It took us a couple of years to get comfortable with the idea that we needed to get uncomfortable and to consider a different name. So that's how we arrived at the decision to change it. Now, what Third Ear means today is kind of interesting. We have, as an agency, have been working under the belief that there's listening and then there's listening. And that, everybody can claim that they're a good listening organization, but at the end of the day, we thought it was important to sort of redefine it, dimensionalize it a little bit. So listening to us represents taking the time to understand what we're solving for. And so asking the right questions is as important as listening to the answers. And so in our case, we have clients that often come to us with an idea that they have a particular problem. And when we start digging into it, we find out that it's not really a problem. It's probably a symptom of a problem. And so taking the time to really understand the nature of the problem. I think that somebody from General Motors, an engineer years ago, said that a problem well stated is a problem half solved. So we kind of believe that that's an important element. So listening by asking the right questions, we think is important. And then, we believe in listening to culture, listening to trends, listening to data, listening to consumers, of course, and to clients, absolutely. But listening beyond. And the listening beyond idea, I think, gave one of our creative folks when we were searching for a name, the thought that we should borrow from the third eye concept. People who have the third eye supposedly are able to see things that others cannot. They have insight that other people don't. And so he kind of said, well, why don't we call ourselves third ear? And, we're applying our third ear the way that some people apply the third eye to identifying insights and to coming up with ways of thinking about, what we're dealing with in a more creative and more innovative way. And so that's sort of what led to the name third ear. But changing it was a tough thing. When you have a name like Latinworks that meant a lot in the industry, and it was a brand, and a lot of things had been achieved under the name, walking away from it is a difficult thing to do, but we did it, and I think it was a very good decision.
Yeah, I love third ear, the third ear concept. I might steal that one and start using it with my coworkers. That's cool.
Good.
That's great. All right, we've got another question from Byron Caesar asking, what is one piece of advice that you would give to an entrepreneur who just took the leap into full-time entrepreneurship? So he officially left his 9-to-5 as of last week. Wow.
Wow. Well, I don't know that I can distill it down to one piece of advice, because, being an entrepreneur is it requires a lot of things. And I'm sure that you've already been through, a lot. You've thought about what you're doing, and you've thought about it, long and hard. But I would say the one piece of advice I would give you, if I had to do that, would be have confidence in yourself, because, you are where you are for a reason. I was lucky enough when I worked at Anheuser-Busch that there was one gentleman, a fellow by the name of John Jacob, who used to be, before he came to Anheuser-Busch, he was the head of the Urban League for many years, and he was a very, very wise soul. And I used to go to him as a fellow minority. He was African American. I used to go talk with him and ask his advice, and he was very generous and always giving it. And when I made the decision that it was potentially time to go out and start the ad agency, I went up to him and I said, I need to hear you tell me that this is good, because I'm coming at it from the perspective that I think I know enough that I can probably get lucky and succeed at this thing, but I'm still not completely sure. What do you think? And he said something to me that I'll never forget. He said, he said the luck happens. He says, luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. And he said, you are prepared. And you have an opportunity. I think you're going to get very lucky. So go get it done, And that was really very inspiring to me to think about it from that perspective, because it is true. I don't think anyone takes the step into becoming an entrepreneur unless they have a certain sense that there's an opportunity out there and that they have some level of preparation. And if you have forgotten that that's indeed the case with you, having walked away from a 9-to-5 job, I'll tell you that you probably are prepared, and there's probably an opportunity out there. So go find your luck, because you probably will.
Awesome, thank you. That was a great one. We've got another question from Jim Hurdy, who's asking, using that third ear that you have you heard anything that has got you excited about Latinx startups?
Well, first of all, don't assume that I have a third ear. Remember, I'm a marketer, so we claim a lot of things, right?
It's aspirational.
Yeah. No, I think what has me excited is the fact that there is a lot of buzz in the market, and there are a lot of organizations. I think there's a lot of discussion. I think among people, there's a lot of support for the Latinx business community, and I think that there's a lot of understanding about the value that this community brings to the business universe, and so I just think that there's a wave of support, there's a wave of confidence, there's a wave of belief that the business universe is better by having diverse business people out there innovating and creating, et cetera. And I think in the the size of the Hispanic market, the size of the changes that are happening out there, I think bode really, really well for the Latinx entrepreneur.
Awesome. Got a question from Nathan Heath, which is, do you have a campaign which you are most proud of? And if so, why?
There are a lot of campaigns. I will tell you right off the bat that I'm not a creative person. In the world of advertising, you have account management people, and then you have strategy people, and then you have creative people, and then you have business development people. And I tend to be more on the account management and business development side. So I'm not a creative person, but as one of the founders in the agency, I do claim ownership over some of the things that we've done. And I would say that the one that's probably the most obvious, I think, is the one that's in my bio, and it's the campaign that we did in 2007 for the Bud Light brand that gave us the #1 spot in the Super Bowl. And it's for a number of reasons. One is because we were the first multicultural agency to actually have a spot in the Super Bowl, let alone having the #1 spot. And we were number 5 in the ad meter of USA Today, but the Wall Street Journal did an online poll that was much larger, and we were #1 on that one. And then TiVo in those days used to do they used to publish a press release after the Super Bowl talking about the most replayed spots on their platform, and ours was the one. And then a whole bunch of business schools, talked about us being the #1, et cetera. And the spot, if you want to see it, is out there on YouTube, I think, in lots of different sites. But it was a spot that featured the comedian Carlos Mencia teaching a bunch of immigrants how to speak English. And what he did is, in a nutshell, the spot basically, he communicated to those guys that if somebody comes asking or if they want to get a Bud Light, the way you get it is by saying in different ways, give me a Bud Light. And it goes through a whole hilarious round of doing it from the perspective of a Russian fellow, from an Indian fellow, from a Hispanic person, etc. And it's very funny just on that front. And then he says to them, if somebody comes to ask you for a Bud Light, what do you say? And then everybody in unison repeats, no speak English. And the spot was, if it had been done by a mainstream agency, it might have gotten a lot of criticism, but it was done by a multicultural agency, and everybody kind of knew it. And we were, quite frankly, starting a conversation that was an important one that needed to be had about the fact that, the immigrant populations in the U.S. are not just, Latin American. It's way more than that. And, and everyone has an interesting experience that they go through. And why not have a brand as well known as Bud Light was in those days to be the one to sort of sponsor this conversation. And so that's probably the one I'm most proud of for all of those obvious reasons. But there's been other stuff that the team has done that's been absolutely outstanding. So.
Awesome. We've got a question from Eugene Sepulveda, and he's asking if today, do you think it's an advantage, disadvantage, or neutral if you're an aspiring Hispanic entrepreneur versus a white, Asian, or Black entrepreneur?
Well, hi, Eugene. I love
yes,
Eugene.
Hello, Eugene. Yeah.
I love Eugene. He's a great guy. It's a tough one. I live in the world of positioning, and I think that everything is about positioning. I think if I sort of reposition the question and I ask myself, what do I wish, or if I had the ability to make a decision today, would I wish that I was a multicultural entrepreneur or a mainstream entrepreneur? And I think I would choose multicultural. I think there's a ton of opportunity. I think the perspectives that we bring to the table are perhaps a little bit richer because of what we have been through and what we have lived through, and because of the change that's happening in this country. I think that there's a small window of opportunity right now, I think, to make an impact, and to make an impact when you have the kind of backgrounds that we have and the sort of experiences that we've lived through. So I would say, if a person happens to be multicultural, starting, in the journey of entrepreneurship, I would say feel proud about it and go pursue it with all your might, because you might have, some advantages that other people don't, just because of where you're coming from.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much, Alejandro, for sharing your story and your journey with us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the invitation. This was fun, and I hope I get to do it again sometime.
All right. So, hi, before you guys hop off, I just wanted to ask very quickly, where people can connect with both of you. If there's a best spot, if the email, LinkedIn, where do you guys prefer for people to connect with all of you?
You can find me on Twitter. That's an easy place to find me. So I'm at Savannah_LB.
Awesome. And then Alejandro?
You know what? I'm gonna be I'll go ahead and give you my email address. I think people can go ahead and send me emails. I'm on Twitter as well, but I kind of tend to get a little personal on Twitter. Okay. It's less about business and more about my personal things that I want to talk about. And so I don't know. If people want to go there, though, I'm at Ruelas0306. They can find me there. I don't remember if that's the right one. Can you provide it, Rebecca? I think you have it. Because I put some numbers on it. When I joined, it was a long time ago. So anyway. But my email address is my last name, Ruelas, at wearethirdyear.com. Okay. And they can find me there. And then I'll give you the other one. Also, Capstream is Ruelas at capstreamgroup.com.
And is that the best, are those two the best place for someone to connect with you business-wise as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. So I think that answers all of the questions that we have in the chat. Thank you both again for joining us today. We really do appreciate your time, and this was a great talk. So I appreciate that from both of you. But we are going to move on to our next session. So we will see you later. All right, and I'm going to bring up Jonathan. Ooh. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going. I had fun listening to that chat as someone that is part of the Latinx community and who came to Austin, a few years ago. Latinworks is someone that you just know. Like that's a company that you hear about as part of the Latinx community. So it was really interesting to hear from Alejandro. So I'm glad that happened. But we are going to move on to our next session. Jonathan, if you'd like to introduce everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would like to introduce Josh Albayero, founder of, and I want to make sure I'm saying this right, Aigo. And correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. He'll be on here shortly. But yeah, interestingly enough, Josh is one of the first Capital Factory founders I met before I even joined. So really excited to see him here. I'll let you take it from here, Josh.
Thank you so much. Aigo, that's the name. And I want to appreciate everyone for being here. And Jonathan, thank you so much. Thank you, Capital Factory, for putting together this amazing event. But before we start, I want to make sure that we do this because we're Latinos, and the Latinx community is growing and growing and growing. I want you to do something for me, and let's hear the Latino community right on the chat system. Give me an hola, whether you speak Spanish, you speak Spanglish, or you speak English only. Give me a hello and hola in the chat there. Let's see the Hispanic, the Latino power, right? Latinx power. So let me introduce myself. I'm Josh Albayero. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Aigo Inc., and we're a high-tech subscription model accounting firm. And we have been in business for 3 years, have 17 employees. A lot of them are Latinos, and we're having a very good year. We have been in the Capital Factory ecosystem for a little bit over 2 years now. And we're very, very happy to be here and be part of Capital Factory. And this is my second Latinx summit. And the last time was in Austin, and we had a lot of fun. So with that in mind, that being said, let me introduce you to the wonderful panel we have here today. So I'm going to start with Shady de Jesus, Puerto Rican, a Puerto Rican lady leader that she's currently the venture partner at Getty AI, and she's working with Getty AI and in the investment fund with a lot of portfolio companies, and she has over 10 years of experience working in both well assets, building for entrepreneurs and ecosystems, and she's the Bunker Labs Austin and SoGal Austin lead, former venture partner of Texas Venture Labs. So that's I'm not sure if they're going to add her to the screen now, but I also want to introduce Samantha Batista, founder at Who's Racing VC.BC. Samantha in 2017 founded Who's Racing.vc, small consulting practice specializing in helping prepare startups for fundraising and connecting them with investors. She's also currently on the investment team at a family office in Mexico City. So welcome, Samantha. And last but not least, JR Garcia, VP and Principal at Green Park and Gulf Venture. JR is also known as Triple G. Correct me if I'm wrong, JR. Well, I'm sure we'll get JR here in a minute.
That is correct. Yeah, Triple G.
Triple G, and then Shady. Yeah, Shady, the real Slim Shady, right?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you guys for being here. We're gonna have a fun session, and this is a chat, fire style, right? Fire chat. So I have some topics that I wanna cover with you guys and ask you guys some questions, and then hopefully all of us can go into the conversation. And but again, we're excited to be here in the Latinx Summit and to have this. I think that the most important topic that we're going to cover is going to be the questions from the audience. So if you're watching this, make sure that you interact with with the amazing panel we have. We have a lot of experience here that could be useful for all of us founders. So all right, let's get started. Right. They told me that I should spend 30 seconds per question. So I'm just kidding. They didn't say that. They just know I talk a lot. So let's start with this topic. Let's talk about the growth, and maybe we can all talk, and add a little bit of our opinion to it, right? And but I'll start with you, Shady. How do you see the growth of the Latino startup community over the next 2 to 3 years?
Well, specifically, being in the ecosystems for such a long time, especially down south in Texas, where we're not traditionally in the coast ecosystems, definitely seeing a lot of movement, both Latinx, Black and Tech, everything is just exploding. For us, especially, I think the community is working to provide numbers behind what our growth looks like, right? And so what we can see and what a lot of folks are putting together is that the Latinx community is expected to yield 1.4 trillion in US GDP. So what that means is we're unlocking those doors. As we know, Spanish is the top 3 language spoken across the world. And it not only is both culturally relevant, it's that the meshing of global ecosystems are starting to present themselves. And so we're going to see a lot of movement in this space over the next couple of years, especially as a lot of new funds are developed.
Awesome. And I think it's extremely important to, and the reason why I brought up that topic is because there's we all are looking into our industries and seeing, hey, how's my industry growing, and how is the rest of the Latino community, right, the Latinx community, growing with those industries. So anything you guys want to add, JR, Samantha?
I mean, I echo, Shady's comments. I mean, I'm in Texas as well. And a comment about GDP. I mean, it's, population growth with productivity, and you multiply that equals GDP. I mean, and in Texas, I mean, Latino population is going to be the majority in 2 or 3 years, right? And a high number of those people are concentrated in metropolitan areas where ideas are, flying around. And so I share that positive outlook, especially for Texas, but generally for the country as well. So I think it's tough times, given the current environment, what's going on. But I think, good businesses are born from that, and I think, situated well. So.
Right. Sam.
Yeah, same. I totally agree. I think the beautiful thing is that Latino business owners, it's such a large percentage of business in this country. I was reading an article yesterday, and they were mentioning how 34% of business growth has come from Latino entrepreneurs over the last 10 years. And I think where the gap is just figuring out how to educate that population on, venture capital funding, and just that their companies can be funded. I mean, we have a very entrepreneurial spirit, all of us, clearly, as we can see from a lot of our families. And I don't think it's such a matter of like, we can't, create a company that can be VC backed. It's just a lack of education of how to get there and how to get into the door with these VC funds.
Right. And what I always say, right? The best thing about the growth of the Latino community is just more Latino restaurants, right? The diversity of food, right? So no, that's great, and thank you so much for that. I mean, it's reassuring to us entrepreneurs, to hear from you, from that, you've been in the ecosystem for so long and have different experience, in it. So it's we like, to your point, Sam, we have an entrepreneurial spirit and we want to grow, and being able to be in this kind of situations and this kind of settings, right? Like the Latinx Summit, and having the opportunity to speak to folks like yourself, it's very, very important. But another question. So in terms of, and I'm going to throw this one to you, JR, if I may, in terms of funding, what would you say are the Latino opportunities or the opportunities for the Latinx community right now?
I mean, I think the opportunities are great. I mean, everything from, traditional venture capital, which I think, the people tuning in today and listening, that's what they're trying to learn about, right? I mean, learn about, hey, I can go to the bank, I can apply for some grants, I can do other things I've done in the past and maybe actually more familiar with. But I think today you're seeing an emphasis, on, diverse founders and not just for the sake of diverse founders, right? They're trying to tap into markets, better understand new markets, where growth is coming from. I mean, I read the same article Sam referenced, and, when I see that as an investor, it's like, okay, I want to put myself and be a part of that, right? I mean, I want to learn about that. I want to put money, I want to put, funds in companies that are going to the growth markets. And so I think you're going to see, and, are seeing, evidence of that. And it's not just, for headline's sake. And I think some of it is, but I think there's a really true, groundswell underneath that, right? I mean, you're seeing VC firms, put diversity riders in term sheets to include, firms that, that have leadership from, Blacks, Latinos, et cetera, women. And so it seems like this is not just headlines, right? There's actually more movement there, and right. The numbers support that. And so I think you're going to have conversations with venture, traditional venture funds that are, very substantial, and it might take a while because it always takes a long time, but I think they're there for the right purposes. So I think the opportunity is definitely there.
What's your take, Sam?
Yeah, I agree. I think, Josh and I were talking about this yesterday. The numbers are obviously stark. When you're looking at the percentage of, startups that are Latino founders, it's stark. But I don't think the problem is that these VC funds don't want to talk to them or that they're discriminating against them or that. It's just a matter of like, I want to bring it back to kind of like way back. It's the wealth gap, right? In order to be able to walk into the door at a VC fund, you have to have a company that's already tried and true, traction. You've already raised an angel round. You've already raised family and friends. Who are the folks in this country who actually have family to tap into, who can give them $100,000 to start a startup? You know what I mean? Like it's not that these funds don't want to talk to them. It's that the funnel is not built for Latinos. Most Latinos got to this country, in the last century, came here working really hard, building businesses to send their kids to school. They're not really aware that this track even exists, right? So I think the issue is educating folks that are young, high school, college, hey, this path actually exists. And not for nothing, getting angel investors, or, folks that have a lot of capital, trying to find a way to get that capital to these folks and the opportunities that they're bringing to the table. It's not that, any specific demographic is smarter or more capable than any other demographic. It's really just about access. And it's not anybody, we're not blaming any sort of demographic. It's just that it's just proximity. And yeah, so that's my take.
Right. What do you think, Shady?
I'd absolutely have to agree with Sam. Like this kind of goes back to our original conversation is, right. I think a lot of folks are thinking that this is just something new, right? That Latinos are giving it an opportunity or some other, we have conversations around, it's entitled like impact investing. And it's really not. At the end of the day, the Latino culture and the personality is like, you show me the way and I'll execute. And for so long, I think the doors were held closed, like the knowledge and how to move forward. And like, that's one of the main reasons why I got into innovation and tech. My dad tried to bring innovation to market, and there was just so many hurdles at that point. It was like, let's just stop this. And that was like 10 years old, right? So that's like 20 years ago. So to see like the waves changing and to be in those conversations and be with those investors, it's just really great to see that, because I think now, all of our intelligent Latinos and all of the different AI, we're definitely going to need variety and cultural awareness in a lot of things. And they're going to be able to easily, I think, step through the door and show like who they truly are as far as bringing this innovation to market.
Right. So I think it's powerful, right? It's this is a very interesting conversation. I'll take 15 seconds to share, and I shared this with you, Sam, yesterday, and I think I shared this with you guys, when we met, last time, when we had the idea of Ayugo Inc., we couldn't get any money, right? Not even from family, right? It's just an idea, right? And then we went to the market, and we started getting some customers, and we started getting some traction. Then we started getting some real traction, right? And then the conversations became easier with angel investors. We didn't try to raise venture fund much because we didn't think we were in a position, but last month we started speaking to some of the venture funds around town, and the conversations are much easier, to your point, Sam, when you have some sort of traction, right? And you can say, hey, this is what I've done. You also know your customer, your clientele, your market a lot better now, right? So very powerful, what we just spoke, because that's a real issue, right? A real conversation that needs to happen, right? And all right, but let me break the rules a little bit, and instead of focusing on my questions, let me focus on the questions from the audience. Here's one question from Jim Hurdy. And he says, in your opinion, do you think this growth is because of the current trend in support BLM and people of color? Is this something that will continue in the trend if the trend dies? Samantha, we'll start with you.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And actually, I'm part of a Slack group that just has like a whole bunch of VCs across the country. And when BLM was happening, a lot of VC funds were reaching out saying, hey, if anybody has any, diverse founders, please send them my way. Or, hey, we're offering office hours for diverse founders, or like, hey, let us know how we can help, etc. I mean, yes, a lot of funds are now joining the trend of trying to, increase diversity. And I really hope it continues. But what I want to see is them actually putting on their websites and changing their focus and saying, we want at least X% of our portfolio companies to be diverse founders. And even taking it one step further, if you have a big fund out in SF, like I said, the problem isn't having, Latino founders that aren't creating tech companies. It's that you have to start really, really, really early. So maybe that being like, hey, we're going to commit to supporting college students that are freshmen that are thinking of entering this industry, or going to high schools and talking to those kids. Okay. It's not even about allocating your funds to your portfolio right now, because like I said, the problem is starting earlier. So, I mean, yes, the trend is happening. It's buzz. It's kind of the cool thing to be involved in right now for a lot of these funds. But like, I really hope it continues, but I want to see real numbers kind of behind it. And that's what I'm hoping comes out of it.
Guys, we got a lot of questions coming in. That's great. That means we're not boring, right? So, but I'm gonna throw this question up in the air, and I'm not sure who's the right person to answer this, but here's the question. Do you think recent guidance from the SEC regarding relaxed standards around accredited investors will open up capital sources for Latinx entrepreneurs, or does it not go far enough? Who wants to tackle that? JR?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go. I think, this is a tough one. I mean, I'm kind of a free markets kind of guy. And so I kind of wish they would open up even further, and I would be a little more aggressive in it, because it's right. I mean, when I got started, in this business, I didn't even know what a family office was. And I just met, two entrepreneurs and, very lucky kind of happenstance. But, just being involved with them and learning about opportunities and, the accredited investor definition. I mean, I've done a lot of this learning over the past 10 years. And I would open it up further. I think this is a good first step. I mean, I understand you want to protect people because, most of these businesses don't work out, right? Or don't give you a very good return. And you always hear about the ones that go very, very well. And so, it is education on both sides, for the entrepreneurs, for the investors getting into this, for the family supporting the entrepreneur. It's like, hey, what are the realistic outcomes here? And I think as long as you do that and people go in eyes wide open, hey, I would expand that even more. And hey, welcome to the party. I'll mention one thing. There was a Morgan Stanley report that came out in early August, about where wealth and where value is created. And you're seeing that trend happen more and more on the private side and not in the public markets. And so I think being able to access that market and broaden the people who can access that market on both sides is net going to be good for everybody. And so I'm in favor, of allowing that if we can do it safely.
Awesome. Cool. So, Shady, can I give you this question? It says, Roman Gonzalez, I completely agree that one of the many issues is education around reaching out to and communicating with VCs. I will say we talk to a lot of VCs, but VCs are so much further down the line than most of our community entrepreneurs. We are where are opportunities for pre-seed funding, that sub 1 million round. We know our community doesn't regularly have access to friends and family rounds. How do we activate the angel class to fund those companies?
That's a really great topic. That was something I was going to plug in with JR's comment there about, the SEC lacks. I think the key right now is for these angel investors. So we've already started in Texas, who's traditionally a little bit more risk averse, but we are seeing a lot of our diverse angel networks open up. First, it's women. That's kind of generally how civil things move along. Women, right, and like Hispanics and Black, and it moves along, right? So angel investment has been opened up for that. We see out in Houston, they're doing a multicultural diverse angel association. And I think right now there are a lot of folks who are in the corporate world, right, that they have money. And a lot of times they haven't been asked to put their money in this asset class, right? We see that like specifically with SoGal. Women have not been asked, hey, would you like to be an LP? It only takes, et cetera, 10,000 here, whatever it might be, or like the syndicated class, right? So one, I think on the founder side, it's something that you also can start to push. Hey, you are a very successful operator in Twitter. We know that you're making great money. Would you like to kind of step back into certain lanes? So I think a lot of, friends and family around that we're not necessarily able to kind of go after, and it might just be this market. If you go out to Miami, there's a lot more successful Latinos. You go out to Cali, you're going to find a lot of exited entrepreneurs. So utilize your Crunchbase, utilize your other folks to really try to find that angel. And I think that will kind of help bridge that gap there. But we do, I think, as a nation and culture, both entrepreneurs and investors need to start to try to get more folks into that early stage pipeline. Perfect.
Great. I think the next question is for you, Sam. I'm kind of, those times where my mom said you got to learn to read English. She was talking about this, right? Okay, so the question is in regards to setting up my company in Mexico. Is there an economic development group that I can connect with in Mexico that can provide some insights? I'm currently in Querétaro, Mexico, setting up temporary residence and our office.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of kind of resources that different countries have for entrepreneurship, in Latin America, at least, it's a very, let's say, it's a lot of, it really varies country to country. In Latin America in general, I would say Chile is probably the country in Latin America that has the most programs for entrepreneurship and actually has the most like developed process. Mexico is kind of like a hit or miss. Feel free to reach out to me after this. I'll send an email. We can talk about that offline. But it's definitely not as like developed down there in terms of like opportunities that the government gives to companies. And if they do, they generally are targeting more like people who are from Mexico, but we can talk about that offline.
Cool. Eugene Sepulveda says, should we lobby limited partners to establish KPIs or GPs, reinvestments in Hispanic and Black funded startups? I'm not sure if I'm clear with the question there. So, all right, let's we'll try to get that question again, and let's move on to this. How should founders prepare for funding, right? Not founding, but funding. My accent gets in the way. How should funders prepare for funding? And we talk about the plan. We talk about the team. We talk about the exit strategy, right? All of those questions that come up when you're out there looking for funding. So we'll start with you, Shady. What do you think? How funders should prepare for funding?
Founders for funding, right?
Founders for funding. Yeah. There you go.
Great. So a big part of some of the gap, we obviously see team as one of the top, if not the leading factor when investors are investing in our founders. I often see founders kind of take the team not as seriously when they're building out their first team. Like they're not thinking about strategy, or the team members might be able to unlock certain companies, et cetera, as they go down the line. And that's probably the biggest sticking point, because when you see a lot of Silicon Valley funded companies, like they might just drop a lot of money on someone, like go figure it out. That's probably not going to happen for the Latino community. Not just yet. They're not just going to give you money and say, hey, go run with it. So everything I think that you plan out has to be strategic. So if you're having a hard time getting those friends and family around, really think about, hey, can I just bring on another founder who can maybe unlock those doors or get me there a little sooner? That's what we work with a lot of our portfolio companies, either pre-investment or if they get investment from like A16 or Sequoia. It's like they really need to build out their team fast. It's not, I'm going to put a link out online and allow someone to apply. They're literally scouting out folks 3 years, 2 years in advance to bring them on when this round closes. So I think earlier stage, they can begin to think about some of those things as well.
JR?
Yeah, I mean, everything Shady said, it takes a while, right? I mean, it's meetings with multiple times, and really educating, right? Confirming that you have a mastery of the market you're going after, whatever that is, right? And especially in this case, in this context, when you might be going after a market that the investor or the partner doesn't fully understand, don't take some of the questions, I would say, too directly. I mean, I think they, for the most part, everyone's really truly trying to understand and learn about it. And it might not be meeting number 1 or even meeting number 2 about this. I mean, it's going to take other resources and citations about the market or the science or the data or whatever it is. Just really have a really firm understanding that you are the master of it, right? And to Shay's point, that you've convinced at least one other person or a team of people to follow you down this journey. And I think that's the most important part. For us, knowing what the entrepreneur wants to accomplish, like how long do you want to run this? I mean, do you want to try and hit an exit in 3 years? Do you want to run this for 10 years? And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just, what do you really want to get out of this? And I think being true to yourself, about that, and then having the conversation with, a potential investor and being aligned on that is very important as well.
Yep. Sam?
Yeah, so I guess it would be great to kind of know like what the audience of this event is made up of, because I think it depends where you're coming into the process.
True. Yeah.
If you're a founder who's already raised a seed and you're going after your Series A, like you probably don't need to hear this sort of thing. But if you're kind of an earlier stage founder, maybe you have a business and you're trying to get some angel or some seed money, I think it's important to remember that a lot of times you only get one chance to talk to whatever fund or investor you're talking to, if you're able to get through the door. So making sure that you have had at least several conversations with people that you trust, advisors, other founders, friends of yours, and making sure that they kind of rip apart your pitch, because you might have any sort of question thrown at you. You have no idea what you're walking into. Making sure that you understand really well who are all your competitors and what your competitive advantage is. And number two, kind of like what is like your exit strategy, right? So, and also really, really explaining kind of like your traction. And to Shady's point, I think team is super important. Really trying to beef up your advisory board, having at least 2 or 3 advisors who are really well known and experts in the field that you're working in is super important.
Yeah. So, and again, I'll share with you my experience. It's a preparation throughout the process is very important. To your point, Sam, you're going to you'll get that one opportunity to talk to a venture fund, and sometimes they have a lot of questions, right? They have a lot of things that they want to know, and you need to be prepared for that. So cool. So I think there's a question here from Tony that I'm not sure we actually, Tony Aguilar, I'm not sure that we actually answer, and it's how do we get Latinos on the other side, right? On the angel investing, right? How do we get Latinos, to open up that wallet, right, and start investing in companies? Shady, you want to take it?
I think it's identifying, these new thresholds that we have, exited founders, and really we have, and you can see this in the diverse community right now. So I think one of the other answers as well is that the education piece. What is my risk tolerance? Some finance managers, hey, they need to start utilizing this asset class as one that they can promote. A lot of folks might be scared. I don't know. I think it's really just kind of opening up that conversation, and especially I think areas like Texas, like ours, like that's something I've been really passionate about. Is we have a lot of oil and gas money. Dallas has a lot of corporate money, but we're so strong, like real estate, like to get away from those month over month like returns and that easy liquid, like it's hard, right? And so you generally can see, even when folks are starting funds, it's like a 7-year cycle from this, like you're going to have my money tied up, and when am I going to get my returns? And so what you really see in the market is folks championing like rolling funds, right? It's a new concept, always raising, always capital to get deployed. The warm intros are becoming, other folks are taking cold. So I really think for folks, our angels, it is like folks like Tony, since we know Tony, right? Like he's raised and he can really champion that, and folks can see it. I think when folks can see, hey, I put my money in this spot, my returns were either way overboard or they were on par. But if they were on par and they moved this kind of concept forward, I'd love to put my money there because I'm going to get the same returns or better. Why not help move the Latinos forward? So right. we got to figure it out. How do we make that ask of our community?
Yeah. JR, you want to add something to that?
I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, education is a big part of it, but also just seeing that's possible, right? And by that, I mean, seeing what Serena Williams is doing with Serena Ventures, Chameleonaire up front. I mean, just having people that are front and center making decisions and then also doing some things on the side, right? I mean, it's nothing like learning to have real money at risk. And I mean, and it's $2,000, something very small, but for me, that's always the best lessons, right? If I want to learn about options investing or whatever it is, if I want to really learn about angel investing, nothing gets my attention like writing a check and putting money out there and then, hey, learning what it's all about, right? Because then all of a sudden I'm really motivated to help that person out. They got my money, and I do a few personal deals, a year on the side from my firm, and hey, they get the same attention from my, hey, how's it going this quarter? What do you need? What intros do you need? And that's really important to me. And so just having, true money at stake, whether it's big or small, I think is important, but also just seeing it's possible out there.
Yeah. I'd like to really throw in, so like, for instance, like Arlen Hamilton with Backstage, you really can get in syndicating with less than 10K, right? If you're not accredited, if you are accredited, you could literally put in 10K and be part of angel groups that are going to do this training and move you forward, right? And so let's move that forward. She recently did a raise, a lot of syndicated deals, and that company has already raised like more than $1 million. So everyone's along for the ride. It might have been 50 plus people, but that's 50 plus people that know what $1 million, what $1 million next raise looks like, and those are our next, investors.
Yeah. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah. So one thing that I'm going to kind of throw out here might be a little questionable, but I think one thing that I really feel it's in terms of our culture. Culturally, Latinos are risk averse, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't want to get too Dominican, but like my family, we would hide money under the mattress, right? Like investing was not really like a concept. It was like, oh, we have to save our money, have a savings account for a rainy day, because that's what's what you have to do. I have this issue with my mom a lot of times. Like, they don't really understand the concept of like having some money in savings and then taking some money and putting it in an asset class where it can grow, because it's all about like having no debt and having a lot of savings. Like that's like the dream, right?
El ahorrito.
Exactly. So it's like, I think, to Shady's point and to JR, it's about like education, right? So I have a friend of mine in Mexico who's actually starting kind of like a micro fund where young analysts and associates at funds, mainly Latino, because Latin America, we could actually start investing as a syndicate in earlier stage companies that are one level before our funds. So we're kind of able to invest in a company, help them get to the stage where they would actually be eligible for the funds that we work at full time to look at, right? So I think it's kind of like a chicken and an egg situation. And we have to just exercise a bit of patience. And folks like us, we have to just keep doing things like this, educating, doing initiatives, starting syndicates, going out there, because our generation now is the one that's, thanks to our parents, we're able to enter kind of this corporate startup world because they kind of did all the work to allow us to get to this point. So we're all here now. So we just have to kind of take the initiative, wait it out, and hopefully in the next 10 to 15 years, we'll be able to see us kind of coming up to the level of the other folks in this country as well.
Right. And so the key word, education, right? And education takes time. But I think that settings like this provide that education, right? And a different perspective into how we see the world of investments as Latinos. El ahorrito, el ahorro, right? It's what's important, right? For us Latinos, right? It's my grandmother, my mom, that was the whole thing, right? It's like, what do you mean you're going to invest? Why are you going to open another company? You got to save your money, right? So sometimes they're right. They mean well. All right. Eugene Sepulveda had restated his question and says, should limited partners who invest in venture capital funds establish goals for these VCs who invest in Hispanic and Black founded companies? Who wants to take a stab at it?
I can try.
Okay.
It really depends on the fund, right? I mean, if I'm raising a fund, for example, and I'm investing, my goal is to invest in fintech. If an LP comes to me and says, hey, I'll give you money, X amount of money, but you have to invest in 15%, Latino founders. If I need that person's money, then I'll say, sure. And I'll go ahead and do that because I need their money. But if I personally, as a fund manager, don't really care, and I have other LPs who are not putting these stipulations, I'm going to go with them. So I don't think it's a question of like, LPs being able to force that, because LPs can't really force that. What LPs can do is look for funds who specifically want to help this demographic, and then they can ensure that they're doing that. I don't know if Shady or JR, what you guys think?
Yeah.
I'd agree with you. I think it just really depends on, I guess, how early you might get to talking with the GP. I imagine if you're like a lead LP, or, if you're kind of putting a sizable amount, but we see a lot of folks starting to move towards having these writers on their sheets. And so that's been really interesting to see, as folks putting these diversity, things on the way that they invest. And so that's kind of been, I think, a workaround, but that, I guess, potentially, depending on like the area, I guess, an ask like that might be worth seeing what that looks like.
Yeah, I just add one thing. I know we got limited time here, but I mean, I think it depends on the LP, right? I mean, who's investing and what kind of fund is it? It's hard to lobby family offices, and if they're the LP and fund, I think you're probably much more likely if it's I'm making this up, but Dallas firefighter or police pension fund or a teacher's fund, they might have some sway even with their existing investments to kind of say, hey, we want X or we want Y, and so I'm not sure who holds the power there to lobby for that change, but I think it's a very worthwhile conversation. And again, it kind of goes back to the numbers, right? I mean, why? And is it not? Don't just do it for headline reasons. Do it for, hey, this is a growing market. We believe in it. We want to capture it. And hey, we want to invest in, Latino-focused companies in Texas. That's a very specific ask. But, hey, here's the market data behind it to support it. And so I think if you frame the argument properly, I think there's absolutely room to do it with the proper, LPs.
Absolutely. So I think thanks for that. Just a quick note, check out my name. You want to talk about Hispanic name? There's my full name. All right, so Jessica Vittorio has a question, and real quick, we'll do y'all think the recent changes to the accredited investor rules may impact funding for minority-owned businesses? What about the proposed changes to Regulation CF rules? She says she has opinions, but I'm very interested to hear y'all's thoughts. Anyone can, Sam, you can, or Shady, anyone can start. Anyone can take it. JR.
I think we kind of touched on recent changes to credit definition, and again, I guess my personal viewpoint is any expansion of that pool and loosening of the rules with some safeguards, I think is good. And so I think the rolling funds. They make it easy, right, to commit to a certain time period, a certain amount of money for the next 2 years, let's call it, right? I mean, that's an easy way to wrap my head or a person's head around, okay, I'm good with doing that. And I have no further commitments for 10 years or whatever, whatever it turns out to be. And so I think it's on the right track. I think, again, I would always caution people to move slowly, right? Make a decision to invest in this asset class and then do it in a very disciplined way, and don't become too enamored with any one particular company. And it's hard for me to say that as anybody, because I do have my favorites, and I get excited about lots of ideas that come over across the table. So but I think it's good. I mean, the more people you have to the table, I think the more diverse funders you're going to fund and get behind, and whether it's individuals, whether that's more institutional type fundraisers, under Reg kind of CF, and I think there's ways to do that. But net, an expansion equals a broader set of founders being funded.
Yeah. So we're running out of. Go ahead, Shady.
I was going to say it's just expanding funding. At this point, I think everybody wants to, and I think Latino entrepreneurs really do have an advantage in kind of pushing forward at this point. So I don't think that it's going to reduce it. I think it's going to expand it more, and then you'll see a lot of other folks shifting, I think, downstream as well into other types of financing too.
Absolutely. So I'll give you, Sam, I'll give you the last questions. Would you agree that VCs give Hispanics and Black-owned companies lower valuations when investing?
See, that's a tough question, because I really want to get away from the idea that the industry is against us or trying to make things more difficult for us. And again, I want to circle this back to education. I would argue if a person walks into my office, and this is, I guess, me, obviously I'm going to always do it on my perspective. If a person walks into my office, it's because they've already reached a certain amount of traction and success with their startup. So I would hope that, VCs are valuing that company to its true value. So it's a tough question. I mean, I would have to say maybe look at I haven't looked at the numbers of valuations that founders get when they walk into an office versus what the true valuation of their company is. I think that's a really hard kind of question to answer. I would say I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. But that would have some sort of unconscious bias that definitely exists. But I don't know. I hope the answer is no, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if it was for that. But I would hope that the reason why the valuations are lower is taking it back to what I said: education, not having the opportunity, not having enough funding, not having enough advisors, not having enough people around you to actually help get the company to a point where it could be highly valued. I don't know if Shady or JR, you guys have any thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I'd say, I think that we wish that it wouldn't, but I feel like there are reports, right? I don't have the data, but you could probably find a lot of it to show that, traditionally all minority, right, groups get, or women themselves, also minority technically group, get lower valuations. And that could be one is they don't understand the market, right? Or it's not the right investor for the right company. You might go to someone, they don't understand the value, they don't understand the capacity, lower valuation. If you go to a different person, they're going to give you it. So it's really, I think, important right now in the founder is to really shop around for that investor that's going to kind of help move you forward.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add something else. I think, again, I can give a really short example. I was working with a founder down in Paraguay who had an amazing company selling like cereal bars and nutritional food, $1 million a year in sales, no investment capital over the last 3 years. He pretty much grew that company in 3 years to $1 million in sales. It was doing great. He spoke to me and was like, oh yeah, he didn't know much about VC. He actually asked me, what is VC? And I was like, oh, it's venture capital. And he was like, yeah, I have an investor who wants to invest $800,000 in my company for half of the company. And I was like, he's like, I can't tell if that's a good deal or not. And I was like, that is a horrible deal. Walk away, never talk to him again. But it wasn't because this guy Paolo was dumb or didn't know. He just literally does not know the industry. So you have to, if you get an offer or a term sheet and you don't feel secure, talk to at least 5 other VCs and make sure that looks fair. Because again, you might not know. And so that's kind of my thing. It's just making sure if you feel a little weird about the valuation that you're getting, talk about it with some folks and make sure that it looks kosher.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got to go. Thank you so much for being here. How can everyone connect with you, JR?
Email is the best, unfortunately. But jgarcia@gpgventures.com.
Sam?
You guys can email me at sam@whoisraising.vc or Samantha Batista on LinkedIn.
And Shady?
Shady De Jesus on Twitter and on LinkedIn.
And you can find me, Josh Alballero. I'm the only Josh Alballero on LinkedIn. So thank you guys for being here. Rebecca, I'm sending it back to you.
Thank you all for this insightful panel. There were so many questions. I appreciate you answering all of them. And we will get your emails and LinkedIn's added to the chat so everybody can connect with you after this. But thanks again, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, bye. So we are going bringing Jonathan up. Hello, welcome back, Jonathan. So we are going to continue moving on. But Jonathan, do you have anything to add about that last session? Were there any highlights or key points? Oh, you're on mute. We get to play the game, everybody. I am so excited for this. I'm sorry, Jonathan, we're using this. So for those of you that weren't here earlier, we play a game when somebody's muted and we have to say you're on mute, but we'll play that game right after Jonathan puts in his
set up on that one. But yeah, I think it was a fantastic topic to cover. I definitely appreciate the candidness and the quality of questions that came through. These are really important points that we're dealing with both as a community and in a society as large. So to the extent that we can further the conversation and, like many of the panelists just said, educate and continue to educate not only entrepreneurs but family members, et cetera, potential other investors in the space. It's important at the end of the day. So with that being said, a quick reminder that Epic Office Hours started, I believe, a few minutes ago. So if you signed up to participate, head over to Zacoco, which is our virtual office space. It'll be really interesting if you've never used it before, but I promise you'll get the hang of it. And then if you have any questions as far as how to utilize that, please feel free to use the chat. So, for our next panel, we're going to hear from Latinx entrepreneurs that are absolutely revolutionizing the tech industry and paving the way for the community at large. So let's bring up Frank Medrano, managing partner of JP Morgan, and fun fact, my former boss.
Awesome. All right. Hello.
How's it going, Frank?
Oh, it's going great. Going great. Good seeing you again, Jonathan. Hello, Rebecca. Thanks for having us today.
Yeah, and we're going to take ourselves down. So kick off the panel.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Really excited about our next panel here, which is basically focused on success stories from Latinx founders. Some are serial entrepreneurs, serial founders, and others, you know, a little bit newer in the process. But basically, we have three people that we want to introduce. A little background on myself. So Frank Medrano, Jonathan mentioned, he and I used to work together at one point. I'm with JP Morgan's technology and disruptive commerce banking practice. And what we do is we focus on early stage companies, helping them scale, leverage the global platform of JP Morgan, and kind of graduate them, incubate them through the broader JP Morgan franchise. As we like to kind of frame it up, we work with companies from idea up to and through the IPO process. So, you know, with that, a little bit about me, but let me take a look to see where our other partners may be here. Let's see, one sec. There we go. We have Tony Aguilar, founder and CEO of Chipper. Monica Peraza, founder and CEO of the Etho. And we will have one more joining us momentarily. Diane Givens may be transitioning from the green room, if you will, into where we are today. But with that, I would love for our panelists to give just a brief background on themselves, brief background on their company, that way for the benefit of the broader audience. You know, we get a sense for who we're all having a conversation with today. Tony, I'd love to kick it over to you.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Tony Aguilar here, founder of Chipper. So West Texas, born and raised like Frank. Currently live here in Austin, Texas. What Chipper is, it's a student loan automation app that helps people lower their payments, qualify for forgiveness, or chip away their student loan debt faster. We work primarily with women of color. Women of color have been hit the hardest by student loan debt. So that's where we're having the biggest impact. About 80% of people who use our tool are lowering their payments by like $300 a month. Prior to Chipper, I launched Student Loan Genius, which was the first student loan benefit. So if you ever heard of a company paying down debt for their employees, we pioneered that, you know, back in 2013, 2014. I've raised close to $10 million in capital with both companies, and just super excited to be here in this conversation.
Great, thank you. Monica?
Hi everyone. My name is Monica Peraza. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of the Etho. And the Etho is the Amazon for ethical and sustainable products made primarily for women, from women around the world. So we're here to bring to our consumers products that are ethical and sustainable, and we have an ethical verification process. We put every single product that is sold through our marketplaces through that process and verify fair wages, safe working conditions, and sustainability of those products. And I'm very happy to be here with you, Frank.
Great, awesome. Well, kicking off, you know, a very exciting day, and we've had a couple of great sessions already underneath us here. Prior session focused on fundraising, so we won't go too deep into that. But really what I wanted to spend a few minutes about is your own success stories, right? You know, Latinx founders historically, as we know, have kind of represented a far less than proportionate amount of the founders, and even fewer amount of those who've had successful exits. But would love to hear, you know, from each of you as far as kind of that scaling process. As we all know, the fundraising is, in a lot of cases, a absolute linchpin to the success and the ability to scale at a rapid growth and attract investment from other investors. And that often starts off maxing out the credit card. It starts off maxing out, you know, all of our personal means, but then also maybe leaning on friends and family. And this topic was touched on a little bit in the prior session, but I would love to hear from your specific experiences, that friends and family round, what did that look like? Did it even exist? Because that universe of maybe family members or friends may be really pretty small. So I would love to hear, Monica, if you would kind of kick us off a little bit as far as kind of that friends and family. And I love hearing and reading about kind of your very first entrepreneurial experiences early in your career, in the single digit age range, as far as how that started and then maybe how that propelled you.
So it's a very long story. My first venture was in Mexico City, and that was in the 90s, believe it or not. And I bootstrapped that venture completely. At those, in those days, you didn't know how to do it any other way. It was just kind of obvious you were going to bootstrap them. The second venture was completely bootstrapped too. The third venture was bootstrapped too, and then I did the 2 nonprofits, and that's when I really learned how to fundraise. And that was significant for me to do the fourth venture, where I did raise money, and I did start with friends and family, but very quickly led me to other investors. And now the ETHO, it's a totally different ballgame, because it's not only we did the friends and family situation, we did the investors, and now we're talking to development funds of the G7. So that is a completely different ballgame, because you're talking to people that have investment funds of $6 billion, and the process is slower. But if you are a social driven venture like we are, and you align to those things that they really want to press forward, it's worthwhile the wait. But then you need to go back and get more money from investors to make it to the long haul. So I think especially this year, what none of us saw is, like, we were doing the bridge round to the A round. We were planning to close the A round in April. There comes COVID. Everybody freezes. Investors don't invest right away because the markets came down, and they were like, okay, I need to hold to my money. And then the process in development funds went longer, because all of a sudden they had an emergency of resolving what COVID was hitting. So I can tell you that it's an ever learning situation. It's not that you learn and then you got it. You keep learning, and right now we are raising from our current investors, new investors, and we're closing the A round. So you end up doing everything at the same time.
Awesome. That's very insightful. Like you said, just when you think you have it all figured out, there are new variables thrown at you, whether it be from a fundraising or operational standpoint, that totally turn your game plan on their head, and you have to pivot in real time. And that's awesome. Everyone, please allow me. I'd like to introduce our third panelist, and on me for not kind of pulling her in a little bit earlier whenever we did. But Diane Gibbons. I tell you, she probably has the coolest stories to tell of pretty much everybody on this line. Parachute team, Air Force Academy, mom, spouse, founder. I mean, it's really exciting. But Diane, tell us a little bit about, number one, about your background, number one, but then number two, with Trumbull, in terms of kind of getting it started. Was there a friends and family conversation that occurred? And if it did, kind of what did that look like, if at all? I think we may have you on mute.
I had myself on mute. I apologize. So first, I want to say thank you to Capital Factory and to the event for hosting this. I'm honored and humbled to be part of this esteemed panel, so I know I can learn a lot from you. And thank you for that kind introduction. Yeah, I'll share a little more about Trumbull, and then friends and family as well. And so I'm Diane Gibbons. I lead Trumbull. We're a Forbes top 25 veteran-founded company, and I studied engineering instructed skydiving and learned to fly at the Air Force Academy. And Trumbull is a drone-enabled ESG data provider to energy and government. And right now I'm also serving as a strategic advisor for Agility Prime to the U.S. Air Force. So those are some things I'm involved in that I'm excited about. And I would say going back to the question on, friends and family, and I think Monica, gave a really good overview. A lot of companies may or may not have friends and family with either available capital or accessible capital to invest. And with that, you have to be, creative about how you can grow your company, advance your company. And again, Monica just gave some examples on that. For me and for Trumbull, in unmanned robotic and enabling technology, it is certainly capital intensive. And for us, at Trumbull, we've grown through contracts. ExxonMobil was our first client, followed by Chevron and others, and bootstrapping. And so, I would and could not overstate the importance of your network. And so just on our preparation call for this, we all realized we had several people in common and several people that we could call upon to either, ask for mentorship and advice or recommend someone else. And I know you hear that a lot, but I really cannot overstate that. And so with that, if your friends and family may not have the capital to support, then ask those mentors, ask people in your extended network. And, taking this from an engineering and mathematics perspective, it's almost like transitive trust. If I trust Frank and he trusts someone else, Brittany Underwood, for example, we have her in common, then that is transitive trust. And I don't want to overly simplify a complicated initiative, but I would say that. And so, and I would also add that, most of our clients have come through word of mouth and through, performing and promising and delivering, and extremely targeted marketing. I will also add that when we had cash flow issues, because net 30 does not always mean net 30, I will say that my parents helped us out. And so with that, I want to say thank you to Norma and David. You are wonderful. And I also realize that not everyone has that. And so I did want to highlight those nuances. I did want to say thank you to my parents. They are amazing and they are wonderful. And I do want to say that, look at your network, look at your extended network, and see not only how you can help others, but be very clear in that ask to someone, you're approaching.
Thank you. I think it's a great insight, because while our direct friends and family may not have the capital to support us immediately, support comes in many ways, right? It's mentorship, it's guidance, and perhaps it's a derivative relationship that friends and family leads to that round of capital that you need to bridge that net 30 term, or that net 30 that ends up being 60 or 90 and run up into running into liquidity issues. Tony, how about yourself? I love Chipper as far as its mission, kind of how you're helping, because one of the big obstacles, education, and the debt required of education for a lot of people. And as you kind of developed Chipper in your prior company as well, where did that friends and family role kind of come into play, and if at all, again? And what would be some of your recommendations for those who may be a little thin on the capital side, whose friends and family may be a little bit thin on the capital side, I should say?
Yeah. So unfortunately, I didn't have a friends and family round. The friends and family that that were my support system just didn't have capital to invest in the startup. I mean, the reason I got into student loans is I had to finance every penny to go to school, right? So leaving school with $100K in student loan debt, being the first to graduate from high school, right? And you can kind of understand like the environment that I grew up in. But as Latinos, right, we're taught to hustle. We're builders, right? So it's like, go build that friends and family round. Go make those friends. Go like build that family. And really, that's what it was for me. Gratefully, I got into Capital Factory super early with Student Loan Genius, and even at that time, this was 2013. So we're looking at 8 years ago. There's still over 100 mentors at Capital Factory. And so what I did is I scheduled as many meetings as I could with all those mentors. And that was the building of relationships, the building of friends, the building of trust. And then like Deanne said, it's like you ask other people for introductions, or like if you're not into fintech, you're not into student loans, who do you know that would be excited about this, right? and they're going to start to open doors for you. You mentioned accelerator. Like, do you know somebody that you can make an intro to over there, right? So for me, it was just, it's a numbers game, and it doesn't matter what stage you're in, even if you're raising like a Series A or Series B. I still believe it's like a numbers game where you're trying to meet with as many investors as possible, and then trying to find that one or two perfect matches, right, that can start to build that momentum for you. And so that's what it was for me, just meeting as many people as possible, and then starting to get those people that believed in our mission and what we wanted to accomplish to, just give us a shot.
Awesome. Sometimes navigating large family members or large families can help you understand how to build a network and navigate a broad network and build one for that.
Exactly.
So I can speak to that, from personal experience. Monica, you spent some time with the Aspen Institute, and specifically, the Forum on Latino Business Growth. And I know, in fact, you were one of the leaders around that initiative in terms of getting an understanding for the obstacles, the opportunities, et cetera. What were some of the findings? What were some of the outcomes from that? Obviously, very prestigious organization. What were some of the outcomes that would be really impactful or insightful for the audience here?
So it was an incredible group of people that came all over the U.S. We were, I believe, 24 or 25 who spent 4 days in Aspen in session. So when we arrived there, they told us Hispanic business are the fastest growing business in the United States. But the difference between Hispanic owned businesses and the other businesses is $1.3 trillion in revenue. So if we can help Hispanic businesses scale at the same rate as the other businesses are scale, there is that $1.3 trillion of difference that will impact not only our community, will impact the US. So we were divided into teams. I was on the capital access team, which was incredibly interesting because for us, it was analyzing all the data that was there. What were the biggest challenges for Hispanics to be able to fund their businesses? And it was creating plays. And let me give you one. So the CDFIs, when a client goes to JP Morgan Chase and their business hasn't been enough, hasn't enough time, hasn't enough revenue, what happens? They get rejected because they don't meet with what is standard to be able to have a loan. But what is the next level? The CDFI. But instead of getting that rejection, if they just funnel them and say, this division of the bank can grant your loan, but our partner CDFI will. And then it's not a rejection and then acceptance, it's a flow. So we started creating plays like that to make it easier for Hispanics to be able to access funds, which I really think is the biggest challenge right now in the US.
Thank you very much. Kind of building that connective tissue, right, across the various forms of capital that may be available, right? And sometimes that's a horizontal, or sometimes that's a vertical form of connectivity. No, that's super helpful to understand that, and in fact, like you said, it's just not understanding who that network is. If it's even there, it's very often a binary discussion. Like, did I get the loan? Yes, no, and then that's it. Well, that founder, that's not helpful to the founder, right? I mean, the founder's like, okay, maybe not you, but then who? And understanding it may be more expensive, it may be more dilutive. There may be other things associated with it that make it a little bit different than what Plan A looks like. But nevertheless, it can definitely serve a purpose depending on the life cycle of the company.
And also, Frank, we don't know. Most Latinos don't have a huge understanding of the incredible market there is for capital resources. So one of the initiatives is creating this web page where, depending on the size of the business, what are the availabilities for capital? And that is a significant play because for us, we named the different sizes of companies differently, so they won't waste time asking for money from people that are funding companies that are over $10 million. So the moment that information is there, the whole community will be able to make better choices on who to talk to.
Great. That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Diane now. Diane, can you talk a little bit about your background? Air Force Academy, obviously some of the best trained leaders that we have. How did that experience prepare you for the life of a founder in terms of the mentorship, the academic rigor, the training, the discipline required, obviously, to achieve what you did? How did that prepare you? And are there some things maybe that you've experienced as a founder that maybe you weren't prepared for? And how did you kind of manage to navigate that?
Sure. Those are some good questions bundled together. I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability. And one of the phrases I try and live by, and I know it annoys some of my best friends, is that you can do anything for a day. You can do anything for a day. And to me, just extrapolate that, for me, the last 15 years. But with that, focusing on the military first, when people think of military, I think they often think of, rigid, structured operations. But it's very similar to startups. The DoD is extremely dynamic, and especially since 9/11, when I was a sophomore at the Air Force Academy, we've been responding to unpredictable external forces. And so with that, we prepare, research, and anticipate those challenges in national security. We also, I would say, change and adapt as well. And so I would say some examples of that evolution, are the Space Force was created out of the Air Force. The Army Air Corps, which both of my grandfathers served in World War II, the predecessor to the Air Force, was created out of the Army. And my uncle, a Marine, and others would allude that the Marines were created by God. And all services are great. All services are great. And I would say with that, whether you're a founder or an employer, if you are looking to hire new individuals, I would say that veterans should be at the top of that list for many reasons. Just a few are, in addition to understanding the big picture, strategy and execution, veterans excel at attention to detail, discipline, and execution. And, to me, those skills are priceless. And, with that and the ability to, shift and pivot with limited resources and navigating uncertainty with common mission, common vision, common purpose, and common values. So I know you asked several questions. I think I maybe answered 3 of them. If you'd like me to share any more, happy to do so. But I want to make sure we're hearing from everyone on the panel.
Awesome. No worries. Tony, I want to come to you next. You've been featured in Fast Company, and I think when I was kind of understanding a little bit about your background, you'd referenced a Harvard Business Review study that talked about during the fundraising process as a founder, sometimes female entrepreneurs, Latinos as well, the line of questioning during that diligence process could be a little bit different than perhaps somebody who's not as diverse. What questions are asked, maybe which ones are not asked. Can you talk a little bit about that in terms of the discussions that you've had, the opportunities that maybe weren't afforded to you, perhaps? Talk a little bit further about that around the diligence process, the questioning, and how you position your company to basically overcome all those obstacles and hurdles that maybe you saw on the front end.
Yeah, I'm excited to share this study that I actually came across when we were fundraising for our larger seed round at Student Loan Genius. So we were raising a couple million, and it's this new concept that no one's ever heard before, and so it was a slog, like fundraising is in general. But when I came across this study, the actual title of the study is we asked men to win and women not to lose, closing the gender gap in startup funding. And I can share that later on because I think it's critical for any startup founder to take a look at. But essentially, the study was done, I believe it was Disrupt, which is TechCrunch's big conference back in 2013-14. And what they did is the VCs allowed them to record the pitches and conversations they were having at the conference. And we're talking about, I think it was 700-800 conversations. And through that study, what they found is for male founders, VCs tended to ask what are called promotion-focused questions. So they focus on like achievements, hopes, goals, kind of big picture, like positive, focused questions. And then to women and to minorities, the questions were more preventative, like they're called prevention-focused questions. So it's more about risk and safety and responsibility, right? So they may be asking the same question, but they're doing it in a different way. And the natural response for us as humans is to respond in the same way they ask the question. And so that opened my eyes to really start to replay every VC conversation that I had, and especially right afterwards to see if that was happening. And by far, for most of the conversations I was having, that was taking place. And so the study does a great job of giving some tactics of how to overcome that. And so if you get asked a negative question, how to respond in a positive way. And so that really was one of the most transformational parts of me being able to fundraise a lot faster. Being in the same settings that I was in before. Yeah, it was crazy.
So not only were you going through the fundraising process, you were doing like a human behavior study parallel to that to get a sense for what questions you were being asked. That's
what you do when you're fundraising, right? It's like, why are they saying no? Like, what's wrong? What's going on? You're doing it anyway, right? But now you have some clear direction of what to focus on and how to take control of those conversations, right? And I think the results of that study were that the males ended up raising 7 times more than the females, even though they were all pretty much in the same stage.
Wow, that's very insightful. Thank you. That's great. And just a reminder to everybody, please feel free to post your questions to any of the founders here, and we'll be sure and get those queued up and go through that to be sure that if there's any follow-up questions maybe that I might have missed or any other topics that we haven't touched on that are interesting, please go ahead and post them. And our team from the Capital Factory will get those, again, kind of scaled up for us here. Monica, talk to me a little bit about, founder, 2 countries, 3 cities, 2 nonprofits. You've done it all. You've done it all. What's the biggest obstacle that you've kind of overcome in that process as a founder? Fundraising aside, that's a one part of the conversation. But would love to hear, was it working too closely with friends, perhaps? Was it competitor challenges? Would love to hear what some of those biggest obstacles were for you.
I think the biggest obstacle really is related to fundraising, because when you launch a business and you have people in the community that it's not only for money, because I was bootstrapping the first ones, but you have contacts. In my first company, one of my initial contacts was the CEO of the 3rd largest bank in Mexico. So I got that as a client right away. So I had my network, I knew people, it was easier for me to get back and forth. And all of a sudden, you start from zero in New York. And New York is not an easy place to start from zero. So how do you start networking with people? How do you start making the necessary connections to advance your business? And then was also the second biggest challenge. There was a way to do business in Mexico, and then you have to learn what is the new way to do business in the US, which there are things, honestly, it's tougher to launch a company in Mexico and Latin America than it is in the US. But there's totally different things in the US that you need to learn. So there's that learning curve that kind of slows you a little bit. And from New York to Austin, it was kind of the same thing. I didn't know a soul in Austin. So although the company was not for Austin, it was starting already to build that network and to get to know people. And the nonprofits were a great vehicle for me to know the community and know Austin and to appreciate Austin. But I think starting from zero is the biggest challenge for anyone.
Now, kudos to you for kind of having to learn new rules to a new game, going from, like you said, just one country and a way of doing business, which is much different. Diane, how about yourself? I want to ask you more around advice as a founder. Like, you mentioned you can do anything for a day. What's the best advice that you've ever received as a founder?
Sure. Thank you, Frank, for asking that. And, I would say, as cliche as it sounds, I would say that the best advice is just to get back up, dust yourself off, get back up again. And, if you want to be the last one standing when it matters, you have to get back up. And, as a founder, you'll learn that the hard way. At the same time, and also ask if, they often say you're smart if you learn from your own mistakes, but you're wise if you learn from the mistakes of others. And so with that, build that circle around you and build those mentors and build those advisors. And so I would say those are areas that either one, I have either failed at or improved over time that I wish you would do better than I did in that respect. And I think we can all relate to that on the panel in some level or another. I would also just say that, with the next generation of, scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, I often say this, in serving in aerospace and defense, I would say it's good to see increasing numbers of minorities and of women in those industries. And though I'm somewhat used to, being the only category in specific meetings or in events, I'm encouraged by those numbers. And I also want to encourage mentorship and, get people to work with people that are encouraging them. For me, my parents served as phenomenal examples. My father's an FA, my mother was a teacher and stayed home with us. And then my older sister served as a STEM role model. So I would say, and I often tell underserved youth and young girls that you don't want and or let statistics define you, you define statistics. And so just remember that you can flip it around. You don't let statistics define you, you define statistics. And so, again, find those role models, find those mentors. And for me, I'm hoping to serve as a small example of that to the next generation as well.
That's great. Thank you. I like that. Don't let statistics define you. Quite the opposite, right? Make the statistics. That's great. Tony, question for you. Like, what resources do you think that we need to equip the Latinx community with, like, to lay the groundwork for a richer entrepreneurial ecosystem? Is it access to tech? Is it programs for youth, education? Would love to get your perspectives on that.
Would love a little more clarity on that. Like, so which part, right? Getting more people into like starting companies, or what are we talking about?
As far as kind of clarity around that, because we could put that in two different buckets. One is the investor bucket, the other is the founder bucket.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm thinking more on the founder bucket in terms of kind of ingraining that entrepreneurial mindset, and not only just that part, but also preparing from a technical standpoint, whether it's STEM education, et cetera. What resources do you think are missing? And maybe it's one, maybe it's multiple areas that need enhanced development to be sure that the pipeline of tech talent and tech founders from the Latinx community, what do we need to do to bridge that gap?
How much time do we have left? Because we could be here for a couple hours talking about this.
Yeah.
No, so there's two sides of it. One, so getting more Latinos into startups, getting them to become founders, right? We have the entrepreneurial spirit as Latinos, right? That's in our blood. However, getting like more tech founders, we don't have it, right? And we're not getting funded. I guess it's like less than 1% of all startups are Latino, that are VC funded or Latino owned. So what we're seeing though is they're lagging indicators, right? So it's not what's just happening in the space right now. This is like, this is what's, it's the path of education, right? It's getting more and more younger Latinos into STEM as early as possible, right? So if we want to see results in the next like 10 years, we need to get to the kids and students when they're in elementary, when they're in middle school, so that they're thinking of, and they have ideas around STEM, they're comfortable with it, right? What we're seeing is about 20% of Latinos going into college are choosing STEM. 20%, that's more than any other demographic in the country. However, almost 40% of us switch majors because it gets too tough. And a lot of times it's because we didn't have access to, elevated mathematics and science courses in the schools that we came from, right? So it's overwhelming. And another 20% are dropping off, right? Or we're dropping out of school. So it's like getting to these kids a lot younger and then starting to mentor them. And us on this call and everybody that's like watching this needs to start giving back more to the community, right? You know, for us to like look up to like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos and be like, you know what, I could do what he's doing. Like, it's so hard for us to see that because they don't look like us. They don't talk like us. They didn't come from like where we came from, right? But if we get more people in our community going to these schools and these students are like, you know, I could be like this guy because he grew up in a place just like I did, right? That opens their eyes and it gives them, you know, just like a different reality and a different, you know, a potential future for themselves. So that's the first part, is getting to people a lot younger, right? So that, you know, we see the lagging indicators in, you know, 5 or 10 years. For current Latino founders, I think the number one issue is we don't ask for help, right? We're taught to like do this on our own. We're taught to like, we can do this. And that was like one of the biggest pieces of advice that I got from one of my mentors. Like, dude, you can't do this by yourself. Like, yeah, you're smart and you work hard and no one can take that away from you. But to go build a company, you need people around you, right? And that was so hard for me to do because my whole life I was like, you know, just hustling and I could do this, right? Like I was able to climb that mountain mostly by myself. But when it gets to this stage, you can't. And for a lot of us, that's like a prideful thing to do, is ask for help because you can't figure it out, or you're not smart enough to do it, or like whatever it is, right? And so I think it's just opening our community to, you know, start helping each other a little bit more and being open to the real issues that you deal with as a founder, because it's a very, very lonely place.
Yeah, thank you. No,
and Frank, if I could add to that, go ahead.
Please go ahead, Diane.
And Frank, if I were to add to that, Tony, I'm really happy you brought that up. And you know what I also tell young students, you know, underserved STEM young girls, is that, you know, asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Asking for help is a sign of strength. And you need to, you know, take advantage of your strengths, recognize your weaknesses, and then build around both. And so, you know, those took me time to overcome, and I'm sure all of us on the line can help attest to that. But just remember, again, asking for help is not a sign of weakness. Asking for help is a sign of strength. Trust us on that.
No, that's great. So we have a question here for anybody who wants to take this one. So it's from Anne Maria DeMars. So the question is, we often find ourselves in the catch-22 of being asked to show certain milestones that require money before investors are willing to invest money. For example, to have 10,000 users, or an offshoot of that is, okay, what do you do when the bar keeps raising? Investor says, or okay, you need to get to 10,000 users. You come back and visit with them. Oh, did I say 10,000 users? No. 150,000 users. And that bar kind of keeps raising and then gets the feedback of, well, it took you too long to get to that 50,000. So what feedback would you give to founders that are running into those situations where those milestones, those benchmarks keep creeping?
I think she's talking to the wrong investor. Because when some investors don't want to invest in you, they keep asking and asking and asking different questions. When someone gets it, they tell you how to get to the next steps and help you getting to the next steps. So there's a very different thing that says, yeah, you know, get here and come back in 6 months. Mm-hmm. That's someone that says, okay, put together a strategy how you're going to increase customers by so percent, and let's meet next week, review it, then I'll invest. In most cases, she's talking to the wrong investor, in my experience.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times is you tend to ask for money a little too early in building relationships with investors, right? So like and I'm thinking from personal experience, right? You know, what ended up working for me was asking investors, not for like, hey, do you want to invest right now? But saying, hey, we're going to gear up for a fundraise in 3 or 6 months down the road. You know, what do you need to see to get excited about what we're up to, right? So like what, you know, like where are the big red flags for you? What are the challenges you see that we're going to be facing? And like at what point would you be excited about what we're up to that would, you know, get you excited to write a check? And so they've set the kind of they drew the line in the sand, right? And so now you know like where their milestone is, or you know where you need to be in 3 or 6 months, or whenever you hit that metric, and you can come back and be like, hey, you know, we hit this. Like, are you ready to roll, right? And so it's a matter of just making sure that you ask them like what they're actually looking for, and if it's feasible or realistic for you to actually hit that goal in the time frame you've set.
Great, thank you, thank you. Question from Richard Hill for Diane. The question is, how did you get into government contracting? Did you hire a biz dev person to get access, or make the agency relationships yourself?
Sure, thank you for that question. And you're looking at BD. And we also can, I don't know if you can still see me or not. Hold on.
Looks like we may be losing the video, but we have you on audio.
Okay, apologize. We are at Cedar Creek Lake right now, reporting live from the thunderstorm, which turned off our power. And so I apologize. In anticipation of that, we switched over to the iPad. So the short version is you're looking at BD and marketing, I'm sure, with a lot of others on the line. And so with that, with respect to supporting government and DoD, Trumbull, we started in energy. We were focused on environmental sustainability and regulatory compliance in 2014, just as the downturn, was, all of us in Texas understand this. And, we had always wanted to support government defense. That's where, I came from. That's my background. I started in unmanned systems indirectly in 2006 and then learned about it at the Air Force Academy before that. Typically in government DoD, you need some sort of past performance or qualification in order to earn a contract. And so it puts you in a precarious situation where, well, how do I get a contract? Or, if I don't have a past performance. So with that, we built our portfolio, we built our clients within energy, to include ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, Enterprise, several others. And then, that served as a list that, they could take and we could advance. And so to conclude that and wrap that up, we serve the United States Air Force primarily, Air Force Special Operations, the Air Force Academy, and other DoD and government entities. And so, we have partners. So we've served as, sub, we've served as prime, not in the mortgage, industry, but just, we've served as subcontractor, as a prime contractor. And going back and sort of relating to what Tony was saying, what Monica was saying, whether it's an investor or a partner or someone on your team, when your vision and values are aligned, you can do anything. And right now, as we are navigating uncertainty, you can navigate uncertainty with vision, with values and with virtues. So I want to, share that. And I know we're getting short on time, so I want to give others a chance to talk as well.
No, that's great. Thank you. I'll tell you what, and then we're coming up to the end here, but I want to be sure that we have an opportunity for everybody to share, like, best way to contact you. Tony, Monica, Diane, is it LinkedIn? Can you go ahead and post that for everyone? Because I know that there'll be some follow-ups from this. And as you're thinking about that or posting that information, one thing that I was kind of guided to early on in my career is basically having a personal board of directors. And that personal board of directors being comprised of people who may be similar to me and quite different from me. Do you subscribe to that? And how do your mentors challenge you on a day-to-day basis, or monthly, quarterly, however often you visit with them? I'd be really curious, like, how have you built that personal board totally away from your company, but like a life coach, maybe for lack of better words? And how does that intersect and overlap with kind of what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Monica, do you want to go first?
Okay. Well, for me, in my entrepreneurial path, advisors have played a key role in all my companies. I always knew that I didn't know everything, and there were people that knew much more than I did, and I would find the right advisors for that and trust them on how to solve certain problems or challenges or whatever. So I always encourage, especially Latino entrepreneurs, to get advisors. That is, if you don't have a board in place and you cannot put a board in place right now, create an advisory that you can tap to. I think that's one of the best practices that you can ever have. Tony? You're muted, Tony.
Damn. Okay, sorry guys. I'll make it quick. Having mentors around me completely changed my life. one, from being successful in business, right, to helping me kind of just get a 360 view of strategy around the business, talking through what we should do this or that, having to deal with tough issues with employees or who to hire, right? So they help with all those strategic things. But I think what's been most helpful for me is that, as you guys know, being a founder is a very, very lonely place, and it's very, very hard. So being able to, talk about the life things that come, right, of like how to manage, raising a family, right? I have 2 small kids and doing a startup, dealing with, whatever other personal issues that you may have, right? Because our lives with our business are so entwined. It's just been so critical to just have that 360 perspective on, both of those things. And what's worked for me is I have like 3 main mentors. One that's a couple of years, where I want to be. So we're a little closer in age and kind of like where we are in our career. And 2 other mentors who are further along in their careers, who just have way more insights and experience and wisdom, that, typically they have different opinions than, my younger mentor. And so just having that diversity too of age and experience has been super helpful.
Great.
Just to add really quickly with what Tony is saying, remember that we need to, as we climb. So we need mentors, but we also need to mentor other Latino entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And Diane, want to bring us home in terms of your personal board of directors?
Sure. And I was cut off during the original question. Apologize. I had my plan, my backup plan, which is the phone. So apologize to everyone for that. I would say on the mentors and advisors, I think that Tony and Monica both gave very good examples. I would add, again, to sort of be explicitly clear in how they can help you and help them help you. So make it easy for them. And say I'm looking at this or that, and here are the reasons. And so people want to invest in you, and everyone's busy. So just make it as easy as possible for them. And we should do the same to others, as was alluded to. And I would say, and finally in closing, in addition to a plan B, have a plan X, Latinx, solve for X. I'm on my 3rd backup plan for the internet. And that's what we do. We adapt. We prepare, we adapt, and we overcome. And I know that's what you can all do here listening to us today. Thank you.
Awesome. Everybody, thank you for your time. We know you're very busy. And everybody in the audience, appreciates you carving out your time, sharing some insights from how you've scaled, overcome challenges, and how you're helping out the broader community. Thanks so much, everyone, and have a great week.
Yeah,
thank you.
Everyone again. There's definitely positive feedback in the chat. Some people didn't want this to end, but I appreciate. Ooh, my hair is crazy. I appreciate you all coming and giving your some insight on that panel. I really enjoyed hearing some of the stats that y'all gave and some awesome quotes as well. So we are going to move on to our next networking session. However, before we do that, we had 2 you're on mutes. So we are going to play the you are on mute game. And essentially what I'll do is I will provide one random word and then Jonathan after me. And the first person to type that word into the stage chat, not the event chat, the stage chat, you will win $25 or a $25 gift card. So let's get this started. My random word that whoever types fast enough into the stage chat wins $25 is startup. So type it as fast as you can. Startup is the word. I want to sing. I usually sing is the Jeopardy song. But the word startup, who can type it the fastest and win $25 gift card? Oh, we got Byron Caesar. Woo! Okay, so Erin Miller will reach out to you via private chat, and she will get your email, and we will send that gift card to you. And then we're going to play a second one since there was 2. So, Jonathan, would you like to provide a random word for the audience to type?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Random word. Chocolate.
What'd you say?
Chocolate.
Oh, chocolate. I just said shoplift. Okay, chocolate is the word. I think there is a little lag on my end, but it looks like Madeline. Madeline. Oh my God, Gian. But that one. So Erin Miller, if you could reach out to Madeline and get her email so we can send that $25 gift card over. Well, all right. Thanks, everyone. And Jonathan, before we head over to networking, do you have any comments about the last session?
Again, fantastic. I think we've been absolutely killing it, as far as our topics, our moderators, our panelists, everything. And one thing that stood out to me regarding some of the answers, specifically around, there's a lot of groundwork that needs to be laid earlier on in the community, right? There's resources we need to provide to students as young as elementary school, as far as getting them interested in tech and STEM, and really kind of building out that pipeline. So that's something that, I find really interesting. And I hope there are organizations out there that are focused, I imagine they are, that are focused specifically on that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I know that was a reoccurring comment throughout some of the panels, especially, when we were prepping, that, the Latinx community we do have, restaurants, and we have all of these businesses, but we really don't know how to scale them. We weren't taught, or we just don't really know. And so I think that was, great point to touch on, is to teach everyone early. But okay, we are going, sorry, what'd you say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, we're just going to move on to our networking session. So our next networking session is going to be another 10-minute session where you will be randomly paired with another attendee that's in the crowd. And you have 5 minutes to connect with them. And if you actually want to connect with them afterwards, you can press the connect button. I think it's at the bottom of the page. And it will connect you via email. So you can, have conversations after that. But Jonathan, would you like to let everyone know what the prompt is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the discussion prompt for this networking session is going to be, what current Latinx philanthropic efforts are you supporting? And are there any additional philanthropic efforts that, maybe aren't necessarily completely Latinx focused, but related?
Yeah, and that's our prompt. So if you want to click the networking button on the left-hand side, we will see you in 10 minutes for our philanthropic session after the networking session. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your networking sessions. And if you haven't already done the poll that we asked how your networking sessions are going, please feel free to do that and answer that poll in the polling section next to your chat. But we are going to introduce the next panel. Jonathan, would you like to introduce Eugene and Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead. So this panel is called the Latinx Philanthropic Strategy Panel, and it's with Eugene Sepulveda and Mark Madrid. And we're bringing them up right now. How are you doing, Eugene?
Oh, sorry. I meant to take myself down. You guys are good to go.
Poor Jonathan. All right. Hey, thanks. Mark, thanks for joining us. Mark and I were just in the green room, and I was telling him he's got a full packed day. So thank you for cutting us in here. But I was letting Mark know what a fantastic summit it's been so far. You know, we launched with Alejandro and Savannah. Alejandro is an old friend of both Mark and mine, you know, starting Latin Works. And I really loved kind of ending his session on, you know, I put the question out there, is it more or less difficult to be a Hispanic entrepreneur today? And Mark, what he reminded the audience is, today it's a differentiator. It may still be a little bit more difficult to raise some capital because our friends and family ecosystem isn't as robust, and maybe, you know, we didn't all go to the same school as some of the venture capitalists, but our communities are differentiated. You know, the markets are greater appreciated, and I think VCs are looking for us to make investments into. So let me introduce my friend Mark Madrid. I've known Mark for a long time. Actually, my husband has known Mark since he was an undergrad at the University of Texas. And I know we didn't meet then, but I feel like I've known you that long. I got to know Mark when he was chairing the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in Austin. And he had come over from Houston, where you'd been the COO of the chamber, to the CEO of the chamber in Austin. And Mark really transformed that organization so that it was more than the Hispanic Contractors Association. It became, you know, the Hispanic Business Association. And they were very supportive of entrepreneurs, small businessmen and women. You started several programs there, Mark. A little bit of background before we talk about the Bay Area. What did you learn about Hispanic businesses when you were the CEO of the Hispanic Chamber?
Well, thank you. First and foremost, thank you, Eugene, Capital Factory, and Rebecca, Jonathan, for this remarkable invitation and for the opportunity to reconnect with a place that's near and dear to my heart, Austin, Texas, and Capital Factory. And to your point, for me, it's the highest honor imaginable to serve Latino and Latina entrepreneurs. Thank you for giving me the recap of earlier, because it's our time. And one thing I'd like to add to your statements is the data supports it. The data now supports it in terms of business formations over the last 10 years. Latinx in the US, positive 34%. Everyone else, 1%. And that data is coming from the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative. So what I've learned about Latino and Latina entrepreneurs is we've always had the ganas and the resilience to move forward. But now what I'm seeing is strategy, that we're playing chess and not checkers. And that's truly exciting, especially during a time when we face severe challenges. COVID-19 is affecting Latinos disproportionately compared to other groups. I should know, I recently lost my father and almost lost my mother at around the same time. They were both COVID positive, in addition to my sister. And so what I've realized is, my goodness, we had the wherewithal to endure all that. I mean, that just happened a month ago. And it's the same for our Latino and Latina entrepreneurs. They've risen through crises such as 9/11, the Great Recession, and we're talking weather catastrophes, of course, in Puerto Rico and other places. We will rise again during COVID-19, but it's about combining that ganas now with strategy, and that definitely applies in this space.
So Mark now runs LBAN, Latino Business Action Network, and which is one of the co-sponsors of the Stanford Hispanic Entrepreneurs Program. So Mark's a big dog in Silicon Valley now, all around the country, and Mark, I think a lot of Hispanics look and they see your position of influence and they wonder, well, he was probably born with a silver spoon anyway. So, give us a little bit of background. What was your background and how have you gotten where you're at?
Well, Eugene, I was born with a thumb, my own thumb in my mouth. So there was no spoon of any color there. I appreciate the question because, boy, the road to get here has been very, very difficult. Right. I'm the son of migrant farm workers and a first gen student. I did not grow up in an academic household. In fact, my parents were in the South Plains of Texas, a place called Morton, Texas, and they were there picking cotton. And so anyhow, that's where it all started. I grew up in one of the most conservative areas in the entire country, the Texas Panhandle. And I struggled in that arena, given that there was not too many Latino rock stars going through and pursuing educational opportunities. There was not many Latinos and African Americans at that time. Since then, the town has changed over the decades. Right. So I had to hustle through, and I knew that education instinctively without mentorship was going to be the way. So I muscled through that. I used the wrong words in context when I was trying to learn words in terms of vocabulary. And I eventually became the first valedictorian Latinx in the history of the town. And that sent me to the University of Texas at Austin on a full scholarship. And then from there, same story, just hustled through. Sold books door to door the freshman year in the summer of that year, and landed my first job on Wall Street as an investment banker back in 1994. And so I became a banker, continued that kind of theme with no mentors, just hustle and ganas. And was one step short of my childhood dream of becoming the president of a bank. And then the Great Recession hit of 2007, 2008. I had to shut down a bank. And that's where I was literally, it's not a myth. I was in the corner of a Starbucks just realizing I don't have a rainy day fund, even with all that money that I earned on Wall Street. What am I going to do now? And I decided to pivot at that moment and combine a business mind with a servant heart. I said, Mark, what are you doing for the Latino community? And for a while, I couldn't identify because I had also come out LGBT. So I was trying to figure out where I fit in this space, including where I grew up. And then I realized you are just as Latino as anyone else because you have those core values. And that's when I pivoted into the nonprofit space, started my career at the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. They said, we don't care if you were an executive corporate banker. You want to work here? You're starting at the very bottom. You're going to sell small business memberships. I said, no problem. I shred my checks for 3 years because they were so small in comparison to what I had been earning before. But I felt the realization of my true purpose, which was to serve these entrepreneurs. That led to the CEO post at the Greater Austin Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, forever grateful to return to Austin, and then eventually to this national post at the Latino Business Action Network. And we're a national 501c3 nonprofit that collaborates with Stanford University to champion this unicorn called the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative.
So tell us more about this. I mean, we just got out of a panel that included Tony Aguilar and Monica Peraza, who I know, like you, are graduates of the program.
That's right.
And I think, were you and Tony in the same class, or you were a year before Tony?
So I was before Tony and Monica.
Yeah. And I remember I nominated Monica. I don't remember if I nominated Tony. But so tell us a little bit about this program. What are you doing today? And for the audience who this is billed as philanthropic. The philanthropic of what we're talking about is that you've got a 501c3 underwriting the Stanford program and all the great work that Mark's doing. You've got a 501c3 called the Entrepreneurs Foundation underwriting the work that I get to do in the community, and I'll come back and circle around about that. C3s don't have to be, C3s can be lending resources and intellectual capital for business success. And that's what Mark and I are interested in today. So Mark, tell us a little bit more about LBAN.
Excited and energized to do so. And by the way, thank you all for that entrepreneurial spirit, the resilience of being here in the first place, the fact that you share fire about growing this segment. So thank you for your precious time, especially after a holiday, for being here. So the LBAN is just a unicorn because we focus on 3 priorities, all notable and all historical. The first is we fund the most comprehensive research in U.S. history on U.S. Latino and Latina entrepreneurs across the 50 states and Puerto Rico. So that's number 1. Number 2 is because the research that we fund from the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative, the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative. So the research stated over and over again that only 3% of our ecosystem of entrepreneurs across 50 states and Puerto Rico are scaled. And we define that as over $1 million of annual gross revenues, only 3%. Right. As a basis of comparison, the overall small business community, the rate of scale is between 6 and 7%. So a huge chasm there.
Describe what you mean by scale there, Mark.
Scale is over $1 million in annual gross revenues. Okay. And so only 3% of our entrepreneurs, Latinx, achieve that point. So we wanted to do something about that and move the needle with action and not just words. So we partnered with Stanford Graduate School of Business, and we have a scaling program called the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative Education Scaling Program. And our target group there to qualify, a Latino or Latina owned business headquartered in the US or Puerto Rico, has to have over $1 million of annual gross revenues, because we want to do something about that 3% tick. Right. So we're being very strategic. We understand we can't be everything to all. So we are targeting this group, which leads to a goal that I know we're going to talk about later. But fast forward, we've been able to graduate, and I hope everybody has a happy emoji or a dale, orale, or congrats, or we're doing this about this statistic. We've graduated 653 scaled Latino and Latina entrepreneurs from this program. And combined annual gross revenues for this group is north of $3.3 billion, employing over 32,000 across 31 states and Puerto Rico. So we are demonstrating that impact with the scaling course. It's an online-based curriculum taught by a world-renowned expert in scaling from Stanford GSB named Professor Huggy Rao. And so it's an 8-week experience, all virtual. It used to be where the entrepreneurs would come in to Stanford for a kickoff weekend and graduate at Stanford. But now with COVID, we've adjusted and we're agile, and it's a complete virtual cohort. And we do that twice a year.
Mark, who's Professor Borras and what's his connection?
So Professor Borras, thank you. You might be familiar with this international bestseller business read. It's called Built to Last. There's 2 co-authors, good to great guy, Jim Collins, who everyone knows, and Professor Jerry, I thought it was Porras, and I had no idea that this man was Latino, Professor Jerry Porras. The reason he's so significant is, as Eugene mentioned, we have LBAN, the nonprofit, nationally, and then we have Stanford University. We work as collaborators, and you mentioned a great term, co-sponsors, and we collaborate to champion the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative. So think of it as a triangle. The co-sponsors here are collaborators, and then the initiative, Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative. In the center of that triangle is this guy, Professor Jerry Porras, because he is a professor emeritus at the Stanford Graduate School of Business, and only one of 2 tenured US-born Latinx professors in the history of the GSB. Wow. He's also co-founder of LBAN and our current chairman emeritus. So he is straddling, along with a couple of notable alums of the GSB Latinx, that also form that co-founder group. And basically this ambitious group said, you know what, we want to do something big, but it's got to be economic. And so they approached Stanford, at that time, John Hennessy, who's now the chairman of Alphabet and Google. And President Hennessy said, this is the right thing to do. This is the right time to do it. And Stanford is the place to do it. So that's where the Professor Porras significance comes into play.
And so I kind of eagerly wait, and I don't think I've gotten it yet. When is the State of Entrepreneurship report coming out?
I appreciate that question. So the research that LBAN has funded from Stanford is called the State of Latino Entrepreneurship. The State of Latino Entrepreneurship. Search for it on the web. It's a full report with rigorous methodology, completely, downloadable, shareable, executive summaries in Spanish and English. And so the next unveiling of that report will be in early 2021, which features the largest sample size in existence to date of Latinx business owners headquartered in the US or Puerto Rico. But I'll tell you, Eugene, because of this very particular scenario with COVID, we decided that a brief would be created called The Ongoing Impact of COVID-19 on Latino-Owned Businesses. And that is fresh and hot off the press. And that's coming from our funding of this research.
What are we learning? What are you finding in the current research?
I appreciate that question. Here are the top liners, what everybody should be concerned about right now. When we're talking about scale businesses, those over $1 million of annual gross revenues compared to white-owned businesses, then this is something that everybody needs to rally around. The white-owned businesses that are scaled in terms of COVID, there's only a 1 in 4 that can last beyond 7 months. In other words, they have cash on hands for 7 months. When it comes to Latinx scaled, 1 in 6. Also, we learn in terms of disaster recovery resources, most notably an acronym that's come a part of our daily lives, PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program. Latinos were approved at half the rate of white business owners. But the good news about all of this, and that's indicated in this report, is there's no chasm, no opportunity gap between white business owners and Latinx in terms of their optimism to recover from this pandemic. There's no opportunity gap, meaning that the percentages were favorable in both cases with not much of a gap there. So that goes back to the point that we started with. We're resilient, we have ganas, and now we need to supplement that with resourcing.
Hey, we have a question from Larissa Ibarra. She wants to know, how do you join the program?
Perfect. You can come to our website, lban.us. It's like Latino Business Action Network, lban.us. There's a portion there that talks about our scaling program, and our application is there. Our next cohort is right around the corner. It'll be our 10th cohort, which will be a milestone. It starts on September 30th and runs through December 5th.
Is it too late to apply, or can you still apply?
You can still apply. We have a few precious seats remaining. You might be curious, well, how many scaled Latinx entrepreneurs are in each cohort? We have 70 to 80 in each cohort. We have about 10 seats that are available for this particular cohort.
And Mark, how much does it cost?
Great question. Each seat, I'll start with this. Each seat is valued at over $11,000. Because of the fundraising that me and the board have to do, your tuition is $1,000. Wow. It's a deal of a lifetime.
Fantastic. Hey, you have articulated, well, let me go back. Let's talk a little bit about access to capital. And what is LBAN finding out about Latinos' access to capital relative to the rest of startup entrepreneurs?
You'll see in these reports coming from Stanford, the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative. The reports are called the State of Latino Entrepreneurship. You'll see in every report, all 4, we're working on the 5th, that we're dead last in this category. We are last amongst all ethnic groups. And if we are going to scale, if we're going to grow or scale, we must tap those sources of capital that are outside of the internal groups, which is friends, family, and savings. So that is the bottom line. That is absolutely essential, whether you're talking debt instruments or equity. So we are doing something about that, transforming the way we think about access to capital, management of capital, and even ownership of capital. So it's going to be a long journey. I hope that you all are inspired by what you've heard here, because we've got to change this dismal statistic.
What are the most important recommendations and steps that need to be taken by our community?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to build relationships with capital providers before you need the money. And that is absolutely essential. I can tell you from being an elephant and not a hippo, meaning that I hear our Latinx entrepreneurs intently, especially when they're talking about their journeys. There's instances where they said, you know what, I made that contact with a banker. I made that contact with a VC at a pitch competition. I followed up promptly. I made myself distinct and differentiated, which you mentioned earlier. And wouldn't you know it, that 4 years later, because I kept in touch with that person, we have a deal today.
Right.
And it really transformed my business. I have an example. The first Latina in the waste management industry in the history of the United States, Maria Rios, told me, you know, if I wouldn't have met that banker back in the late 80s, then it wouldn't have led to a transformative line of credit that allowed me to penetrate and revolutionize the safety industry. So that's what I would say. And the other thing that I would say is that we have to be architects of our own solutions. We have to have more investors that are of color investing in founders of color. So what I'm saying there is we've got to have more Latinx in the VC world as VCs,
right,
as angels, and we need high net worth individuals to step in as well. And so we're finally seeing notable investments in that space beyond, you know, somebody winning a pitch competition for $5,000. That simply is not going to cut it.
Well, and let me add in here, because I get asked all the time, hey, will you introduce me to this VC? And I said, you know, I could introduce you to VC, but you get one shot. Are you sure you're ready to put the best foot forward? And you know, you don't want to meet them to ask them for money the first time. You want to make a relationship, and not a unsubstantial one. But if we don't know people, you know, the first thing out of your mouth isn't, you know, loan me money or give me money. It is, let me tell you what I'm about to do. You know, and make, you know, show them your projections, show them your promises, and say, that's it. And then come back and say, I want to let you know that I hit that mark. Here's what my next milestone is. And let them know when you hit that milestone. A lot of the traditional relationships that get immediate access to capital, there are relationships already there so that they trust what they're hearing. And it may be by proxy. It may be because Mark calls me and tells me that Daniel is his best friend. Mark is one of my best friends, so I give Daniel the benefit of the doubt. If we don't have that, we've got to build that. And telling someone what we're going to do, and then telling them when we've done it, and then doing it again, builds that level of trust and reliability. I guess it's Joe Spearman who talks a lot about, you know, VCs are into pattern recognition. Well, you've got to develop your own pattern recognition. You've got to build in them the trust that when you say something is going to happen, that they like, wow, I know Mark, and I believe that's going to happen because he's already shown me multiple times.
Absolutely. You don't ask for money the first time around, especially if you're not prepared to do so. And these different elements of preparation, because going to a VC requires different preparation than going to an angel, requires different preparation than going to a family office, requires different preparation than going to a crowdfunding source, and requires a different preparation of going to a debt instrument. So the thing that I would add to that is, you know, classic networking art. And I've learned the hard way. Always genuinely start with, how are you doing? Come up with something notable that they have done besides what's the obvious on the About Us page or on their LinkedIn profile. Dig deep. If one of these VCs just had a panel presentation, which all of them are the main ones, I saw, you know, sign up for that conference, invest that $59 in the virtual conference, and pick something up that you know was passionate for that particular person. I've never met anybody in the world who doesn't like to feel valued. Even these folks that we have impressions about sometimes, about egos and this, that, and the other. I've gotten to know so many of these types, and there's always a layer of the heart that's in there. So it's your job to extract some of that and to be memorable. That memorable moment might only be 5 or 10 seconds the first time, but I promise you, the law of averages. You might not win every impression, but if you keep working at it, you'll win 1 in 20. And sometimes that's the difference between extending your business life and not.
Hey, Sonia has a question for you. She wants to know, what's the time commitment of the program?
Thank you for the questions on this program, because let me tell you something. When I saw these featured presenters, 3 of them are alums of our scaling program: Tony Aguilar, Monica Peraza, and Diane Gibbons, and myself, actually 4. So the timeline for the program is September 30th through December 5th. So that's 9 weeks overall. And it is an online-based curriculum. There's some mandated sessions on the front end, which is a kickoff couple weeks where every session is required. But who wouldn't want to be a part of that? You get to hear from 3 Stanford professors, and then you get the flexibility to complete the online curriculum and then graduate with an official certificate from the Stanford Graduate School of Business, signed by me and the Dean of the Graduate School of Business, John Levin.
Cool. Well, you know, I saw Trump giving his signature and telling people it was worth $10,000. So I think Mark's is probably worth like $15,000. So you can always sell that certificate. Hey, Mark, let's talk about, ever since I've known Mark Madrid, he's always published his goals. And he usually has a tagline that tells you what he's going to achieve. I wanted to talk to Mark over the weekend, and he's on the West Coast. He goes, yeah, let's do it at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, really, at 7 o'clock on Sunday morning for you, Mark? Oh my God. This is the Mark Madrid we know. The goal that you published today is that you plan to double the number of Latino $10 million, $100 million, and $1 billion businesses by 2025. Is that your goal or LBAN's goal?
That is definitely LBAN's goal, but I'm subscribing to it and drinking that Kool-Aid all the way.
How are we going to do this?
Well, the first way that we're going to do this is that very precise targeting group that we have for our scaling program. And that is over $1 million of annual gross revenues. We feel that targeting these 3% of these companies across the 50 states and Puerto Rico, and it's working, right? We feel like this group has an opportunity, some of them to double in size and revenue, and also to serve as mentors to the 97% of the class that is unscaled cohort, right?
Hey,
so
Mark, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second and let the audience know that please enter your questions in the chat, and we will get to them after this question. So I'm sorry, Mark, you were saying mentoring 96%.
Yeah, we look forward to those questions, by the way. Please, we're here to serve you, is the bottom line. So we've seen the graduates of our scaling program of the 653. There's companies that have come in here at 75 million that are now at 150 million. So we anticipate that they can grow to 500, get those extra procurement contracts, and they'll be at the $1 billion. So we know that that's happening from the secret sauce that we have here at LBAN through the scaling program. And we feel that as peer-to-peer mentorship groups start formulating, and I submit for your consideration, everybody that's here right now, that you start this peer-to-peer business group, because there's nothing like entrepreneurs networking with their own group, like-minded individuals that are going to lift each other up, provide opportunities for each other. We have a mantra with our alumni group of this scaling program: do business with each other and get business for each other. So that is another trigger that's going to help us get to doubling the number of companies in that size category.
Hey, while people are coming up with their questions, the value. So you remember Margot Weiss? Margot started a CDFI fund, the first one in Texas. We did a lot of lending, and now it's been for 25 years in low and moderate income census tracts, primarily to women and minority entrepreneurs. We learned that our financial capital, while really important, our intellectual capital was even more important. And we learned that we might hit a 50% success rate on an entrepreneur that we underwrote and loaned money to, but we probably would hit greater than 80% to an entrepreneur that we underwrote, loaned money to, and teamed up with lawyers, accountants, marketing folks with these peer networks. What do you see that going on? I mean, I know you just cited it a moment ago as kind of critical to scale, but what do you see in our community? Are these peer networks being created?
They are. I feel like there's finally some momentum there, but not at the rate that I would like to see or LBAN would like to see. Right. So that's critically important that we put some juice into the creation of these networks. What I would say, I echo that sentiment, is that in addition to capital, we need social capital and intellectual capital. And so one of the breakthroughs that we've had here at LBAN is that spirit of doing business with each other and getting business for each other. That spirit of inviting your competitor to dinner. Those are concepts sometimes that culturally are outside of our comfort zone. But let me tell you something, they work.
Right.
The graduates of this program in the same sector, I've seen them come into the scaling program, some of them in the same cohort, and they do the about face. And I can tell those competitive juices are flowing. By the end of the cohort, it's one of my goals to say, you know what? Come to the table together. You'll be inspired. You'll get those competitive juices going even further. And then there might be an opportunity down the road for you to do something huge within the sector. And that's exactly what's happened.
You know, another conversation we had yesterday in prep for this was I mentioned that to the outside, you know, I was having an argument about it today. I'm not sure why so many people are binary. You know, they think it's either this or that. And in conversations that I mentioned to you, people, you know, have asked, well, wow, aren't you jealous that it's a Black Lives Movement right now? I'm like, hell no. I mean, you know, if you go and if we're talking to our friends at Black Lives Matter or at the protest or in the planning behind the scenes, it's people of color, you know, and it's our allies who are white. It's just the recognition that now is a time for everyone. So I wanted to get out there and I wanted to see if you agree with me that this awakening, you know, since George Floyd, you know, and Michael Ramos in Austin, and I mean, there's, you know, it's black and brown around the country that have been persecuted by that we have progress to make in the eyes of law. But are you feeling included or excluded in this new awakening going on in the country right now?
That's a powerful question, Eugene. Thanks for asking it. It's a complex question. You know, I come back to core values that we have at LBAN, and that are grounded in dialed up empathy. I think that is the key. And while our primary focus is in supporting Latino and Latina entrepreneurs, that focus is rooted in the recognition of this historical disparities, discrimination, the associated imbalance of power and resources that permeate through our country. So what I would say, bottom line, it's let's respect our differences in terms of cultural experiences and nuances, while embracing together those points of relatability that bind us in struggle and inequity. And we must rally now because we have a chance to truly change the trajectory of our nation. And if we don't do it now, then our children and grandchildren, for them, it will be catastrophic. So it is inclusive, I agree with you, but with an empathetic realm of respecting differences. So the killings of, you know, George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Philando Castile and Michael Ramos, Eric Garner, Jacob Blake recently, Sean Monterosa here in the Bay Area, and too many more remind us of how far we have to go. And so this must be an inclusive effort as long as we are honest and authentic about cultural differences and places where we are binded together and struggle. And so we need to lever that right now and step up to the plate with actions and not just words.
Thank you, Mark. Hey, we've got a question from Jonathan. Do you find the Latinx entrepreneurs' needs to differ at all between regions, states, or cities?
In terms of their makeup or
the needs for helping Hispanic entrepreneurs scale, any difference in the needs by region?
I would say, based upon the graduates that we've seen here, there are some common threads that apply to any geography. And what I'm talking about is procurement opportunities, so eligibility to apply for opportunities with corporate America, the government infrastructure such as airports and public transportation. So that is pretty consistent, whether you're in Puerto Rico or the Northwest, in Miami, in Dallas, in San Diego. What I would say is geographically is where there's some startup and tech hubs happening in different areas like Salt Lake City and Birmingham. I think those places need attention in terms of the Latinx or founders of color coming up in those environments. So that's where we have to pay particular attention to introduce these Latinx founders in these territories to national players. So I would say that's one geographic difference. Also, I think in terms of Latinx centric places like Southern Florida, Texas, California, and the Northeast, in terms of New York, there's more opportunities to do what I was talking about earlier, do business with each other and get business for each other on the ground. But if you're not in those places, then it's incumbent upon you to open up virtual networks so that you have that type of connection across the country.
Well, and in right now, it's part of my constitution. I always look for the silver lining and I always think there is one. And right now, since we're all having virtual gatherings, that's no different if I attend a meeting that's on the East Coast or the West Coast than if I'm attending one right here. Doesn't this offer an opportunity to connect around the world in a way that you don't normally have?
There is definitely opportunity in crisis. And I would come back to that networking principle because it's all connected. How are you going to differentiate yourself in this type of virtual platform? Sometimes I open up meetings that we have at LBAN and I'll say, this is not just another Zoom. Or, the same thing about relationship building. If you have that private space, if it's not 100 people on the Zoom, if it's just a meeting, make it personal. You might want to ask me, why is that football there in the background? Mm-hmm. Or is that you and President Obama and Vice President Biden? What was that all about? So I do the same thing when I'm taking a look at people. I'm saying, they choose, if it's not a virtual background, they chose that background for a reason. There's a reason why there's a family photo there, or that random, trophy in the background. So use those principles to get personal. And if you can't do it because there's 100 people, you can still do it with a personal chat. Just don't be disruptive. Timing is everything.
So Rebecca asked us to end with our tips or a piece of advice. And you mentioned 3 tips yesterday, Mark. What are those?
Yeah, 3 tips. And it's, again, from the ground. In other words, from the entrepreneurs, being an elephant, not a hippo. Not doing it from my vantage point, but from their very own. 3 things to be mindful of right now during a pandemic. This is from your peer entrepreneurs. 1, capital. 2, education. 3, marketing. Coming back to capital, I'll reiterate what I said before. Build relationships with capital providers before you need the money. So that's 1, capital. 2, education. Make sure that you're always investing in educational opportunities. There's opportunity in crisis. There's a lot of virtual educational opportunities for entrepreneurs right now. Focus on points of vulnerability, either that or points of accentuating your strengths. So that's education, capital, education. And the 3rd is marketing. It's really simple. It's not only what you know, it's who you know and what they know about you right now. So I listen, if you, because of this environment, you have 20 email addresses. If you pick this one as your favorite email address and that person doesn't know that specifically, or they have 1,000 ways to get in touch with you, touch base with that person and say, you know, my preferred means of communication is this particular email address, or a direct message, or a tweet. And also, you know, this is a time of crisis where people are looking to be inspired by your stories, what you're doing during COVID-19. We had a business that transformed from B2B to B2C, and now she's all over Forbes. So we want to hear about you, tell your story. Capital, education, marketing.
Mark, thank you. And I'm going to end on two pieces, and Mark touched on both of them, which is it's about intellectual capital and it's about telling stories. So build your network, build a cadre of advisors who will tell you the truth and who will add to all the things that you don't know or you haven't experienced. And yeah, I mean, the intellectual capital, the assessment of your intellectual capital, as well as your experience and past success, is what investors are going to use to determine whether you're a good place for their investment. So, Mark, always a treat getting to visit with you. Thank you so much for visiting us with us in Austin.
Appreciated you for many years. Thank you for your role model leadership. Appreciate you, Eugene.
Rebecca, thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks both of you. There's so much positive feedback in the chats for both of you. I mean, everybody was really interested in the program that you spoke about, and then also just a general chat. So thank you both so much for taking the time out of your day to participate in this event. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. We'll be watching on the sidelines.
Okay. Well, we will see you guys later and move on into our next session. We are going to have Angelica Iraso come up and talk about developing and branding your diversity and equity
and inclusion.
Yes. Wow. My thoughts went out the window. Like I had not in my brain. But yeah, your strategy around that and how to develop a program for your company on diversity and inclusion and equity. So without further ado, if we'd like to bring up Angelica, please. Hello.
Howdy. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Doing well.
Excellent. Thank you for the invitation to be able to speak.
Yeah, no problem. And you can kick off the session now.
Excellent. Well, hopefully everybody can see my slides. But my name is Angelica Iraso. I assist small to medium-sized businesses scale company, and I also run diversity and inclusion for a large corporation where I'm one of a team of 5 supporting North America. Today, I'm going to talk about branding your diversity initiatives. If you're a small startup or if you're an individual contributor, a part of a medium to small business, this is the best way to ask for leadership to make some changes, what to think about when it comes from the business perspective about why diversity is important. You can also follow me on Twitter, Angelica Iraso _. Couple things that we're going to cover today: the business case for diversity, the framework around recruiting, talent development and inclusion, and what to look for, as well as establishing metrics. We think about diversity and inclusion, not a passion that comes around it. It's important to start off from a passion perspective, why it's important for the business, but also think about it from an economical point. Why is this important to the business initiative? How can we scale? What's important to our customers, and why this is smart for us to make sure that we're removing our blind spots. So a couple of things to look at is, prevent losing customers. You want to make sure that you prevent losing customers who might have a bad experience from you, right? Sometimes we're building to market it to all people of all backgrounds, and you can lose customers from bad employee satisfaction. So by reducing cost, you can prevent losing customers, as well as money on outside consulting. If you have a workforce, you can test your product in-house. Make sure that people of all racial backgrounds, gender diversity, as well as people with test the product. So whenever it goes out to the market, everybody's able to have a good experience with your product, as well as reduce lawsuits, right? Going above and beyond from good faith efforts to make sure that you're protecting your assets, making sure that you're doing the right thing in your company. This can help you reduce costs in the long term, as well as leveraging people, thought leadership. If someone feels confident enough to be able to speak up and say, here's my great next idea, people need to speak up. If you have a workplace environment where people don't feel comfortable sharing their ideas, it's going to be hard for you to get that great idea for your team to take it to the next level. You need to make sure that you're leveraging all sorts of people, whether it be through surveys, one-on-ones. You need to make sure that you're getting the best thought leadership from everybody in the company, as well as retention and recruiting new talent. Want to leverage your employees. If employees feel happy experience by working in your company, they're more likely to stay for a long time. And they can go out there, talk to their friends, people of diverse backgrounds, and say, this is a good employer, you should work here. Leveraging the talent you have, as well as increasing revenue, right? There's a study done by McKinsey study that says they put all these large companies together and they said they have similar 10K reports, similar amount of employees in the company. What can we do to ensure what's the difference between these organizations? And what they found out is these organizations had similar 10K reports, similar employee, like 140,000 employees, et cetera. They were global companies, and companies that had more diversity, that had ethnic diversity, performed 33% better than their peers. That's literally 1/3 of their revenue. As well as companies that had more gender diversity performed 21% better. I mean, this is really crucially important information to talk to leaders about. Is not only is this smart because your employees feel more comfortable working in the place, but it can also increase your revenue and in performance as well. As well as removing blind spots. In the following slides, I'm going to talk about a couple blind spots that people in tech have made mistakes whenever it comes to developing technology and putting it out in the market. And as well, if you're a small organization eventually looking to scale, or if you're a medium business, you're going to try to eventually get into some government contracts if that's your type of thing. And whenever you're with government contracts, they're going to ask you information around your diversity efforts. What does your workforce look like? RFP. Sometimes your customers will say, I don't want to do business with you until I see what type of diversity you have in your organizations. Being mindful that customers are asking about this, government contracts require this, but it's also smart for revenue. A couple ways that I try to explain technology and the blind spots, right, is, for example, for me, whenever I go wash my hands in a restroom, I have a really bad experience with the soap dispenser and the hand washing system. And that's because this technology, whenever it was developed, they didn't test it on people of color. They didn't test it on African Americans. They didn't test it on Latinos, right? So you can see in this image that people are having two different experiences. Even though this product is all over the market, people are having a bad experience where it's taking them longer to wash their hands. And this was because of the blind spot that they had. They developed an incredibly great product, but they really had a huge blind spot where they didn't test it on people of color. Being mindful that if they had more diversity and they were able to test it within a user group, they would be able to resolve this resentment that we see in the community around washing their hands. And then smart cars, right? We got to think about the algorithm and the algorithms that we're coding. Google cars, currently right now, we're seeing a lot of cars right now that are self-driving cars that are 3 times more likely to run over an African-American person, right? And this is not done purposely. It's just we have blind spots. Whenever you have a tech team, wherever they're developing technology, they're developing these algorithms, there's a lack of accessibility at times, a lack of diversity whenever it comes to coding these products. And then what happens is people can lose their life, they can have a really negative experiences, but also accessibility is a huge problem whenever we look into this. One of the things that we can see is Slack. Slack is huge in the tech industry. I use Slack. I see a lot of companies implementing Slack right now. But one of the things that we see with Slack is that it has accessibility issues, even if you use a screen reader. Being mindful that, yes, this is a product that is really easy for people to use. It could take you 60 seconds, but it could take somebody 10 minutes if they're visually impaired. Thinking about accessibility in the forefront, right? If you're a small organization and you have a customer service department where you only accept calls over the phone, right? Thinking about, well, maybe we need to implement a chat box because not everybody's able to understand over the phone, right? So thinking about different experiences, ways to be more accessible, and there's a huge area of improvement when it comes to the accessibility world. So the first couple slides were about the importance of diversity and inclusion and how you sell it to business executives. You say, look, this is super important for the organization. It can increase our revenue. It can increase retention. It can save us on recruiting costs. It can also ensure that we're protecting our assets by reducing costs long term, right? But here are a couple ways that you can look into it and deep dive into a couple areas, such as recruiting, talent development, and then inclusion within your organization. If you're thinking of branding your diversity initiatives when it comes to recruiting, here are a couple things to look at, right? Whenever you're seeking candidates, let's say you only have enough headcount to hire 4 new people because you're a small organization, or let's say you have a large hiring initiatives where you're going to hire 1,000 people. Whatever that looks like, you want to make sure that you're seeking a range of diverse candidates. And first thing you want to make sure that you do is you collect demographic data. If you're not doing that now, try to make sure that you're collecting that information. Somebody's race, gender, age, right? This information is going to be really helpful for you whenever you're deep diving it down the line to make sure that you have and are doing the best outreach that you can, right? So collecting demographic data and then reviewing the data later down the line. And outreach to diverse populations. You can't expect to have diverse candidates apply if you're not doing outreach to a diverse population. Let's say you're hiring for product development, right? And your workforce currently right now is monogamous, primarily Caucasian people in your organization. And you just put it out to your employees, and then you hope that maybe you get a diverse candidate. That's really not the way to go about it. What you want to do is, if you have a role for product development, you go and you put it on the website, Latinos in Tech in Austin, right? If you're in Austin, you go to SHIP, the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, NSBE, where they have job boards available, and you say, hey, we're looking for talent. Being proactive, recruiting from historically Black colleges and university. The Houston Tillotons right around the corner where they're developing the best tech talent, as well as other organizations like St. Edward's, Austin Community College, making sure that you're trying to do outreach to diverse populations. If you're looking for professional development opportunities, looking for more candidates that have 5+ years of experience, partnering with SHIP, right? There's the Society of Women Engineers, looking at other organizations like Women Who Code. There is a lot of organizations that are doing this work of doing outreach to diverse populations. And then also looking into your preferred qualifications and minimum qualifications. Really thinking to yourself, do I want to exclude talent because my qualifications are too high? If you're looking for somebody that can do the job without a bachelor's degree, can only do a high school degree, it's 10 years experience, really considering what it takes to do that. And right now, if you only have a job board where it just says, this is the qualifications we're looking at, really talking to HR and making it preferred qualifications and minimum qualifications. And also making sure that the language there is inclusive. For example, you can put somebody that says high energy, right? If you're putting, like, for sales, for example, if you put in your job description, high energy, tech ninja, whatever it is. Sometimes I see that on Indeed and I'm like, what's going on? What that does, it excludes people who are maybe a little bit more introverted, who would do an outstanding job in the job if they got it. But because of these languages and words that we see on the job description, it avoids people from applying. So you don't want to exclude talent because of the type of way that you put your job descriptions. So looking at preferred qualifications, looking at the language, minimum qualifications as well. And then looking at the Rooney Rule, right? Rooney Rule was created by the NFL, right? Basically, it says you have to make sure that you have a diverse candidate in the pipeline in order to move forward, right? So if you're an organization right now and you're wanting to hire, let's say, four product development for product development engineers, you want to make sure that you at least have a woman and a person of color in the candidate pipeline even before moving forward. It's really important that you're inclusive with this. You know, diversity is not really about hiring just people for the sake of diversity. It's about hiring the most qualified people. And there's qualified people of all backgrounds. Being mindful of that. As well as during the interview process, you know, vet the questions that are asked. Sometimes I'm really shocked about the questions that are asked in interviews. For example, you could ask a recent college graduate, if you're hiring a recent college grad, what type of book did you read? And maybe that person hasn't read a book because they're working 3 jobs and they just really haven't had the time. But it doesn't mean that that person wouldn't do an outstanding job when it came to getting hired. Making sure that you're vetting the questions, not asking questions based off your biases, removing that, and also auditing some of these interviews. And then also asking, you know, who is part of the review panel? Who is making the decisions? Who's making the hiring decisions? If it's only one person in your organization that's hiring talent, right? Anybody can have biases. I have them, you have them. It's better to have 1 to 2 to 3 people, preferably people of all different backgrounds, in the review panel that are looking for the best talent for the organization. And as well as collective feedback. You know, if you have the ability creating a survey for those candidates that you have said, you know, we're not going to move forward with you, provide a survey that says, hey, tell us about your experience interviewing with us. You know, some of it might be areas that you want to improve. It's really helpful for you to know that type of information for people you're interviewing. And then reviewing the data. You know, review how much diversity is in the pipeline, right? If you have all this information, you're collecting demographic data. Let's say that you're looking to hire people in Austin, Texas, right? Specifically Latinx, African American descent. You're really wanting to increase your diversity in your organization. You want to make sure that you're reviewing the information correctly. How much talent is available in Austin of people of underrepresented communities? You know, where can I find the talent? The data will help you really contextualize this information. And then the survey from rejected candidates, once, like I mentioned, for the collective feedback. This is really helpful for you. And then trying to build new relationships with diverse partners. There's several organizations in town that your HR representatives or people within your company should be partnering with. There's the Austin Area Urban League, which has a professional development organization. You have NSBE, SHIP, SWE. There's literally no excuse for you not to build these relationships with diverse partners. And it's not always about budget, right? I'm going to talk about inclusion later down the line. If your concern is, well, I don't have a lot of budget, you know, right now I'm just making enough for headcount. You know, you can look at different ways to make sure that you're being inclusive, providing really good job opportunities for people and talent development. And then the second area is talent development within your organization. What are you doing to maintain and mold the talent that you have available right now? And first step is reviewing your talent review boards, right? Your salary. Yearly, you know, get everybody involved, operations, HR, finance, and review people's salary. Are you paying everybody equally for the same jobs? If you have somebody at IC1, IC2, or management level, you know, check if there's any discrepancy. And then have an authentic conversation. Why is that? You know, you want to prevent from making sure that some people have more money than others. You want to prevent that by looking at salary and auditing your pay, as well as asking yourselves, you know, whenever you're giving somebody a job opportunity, if you're a manager, let's say you're a manager or you're a director, what type of job opportunities and tasks are given to women on your team, right? There's a lot of data that says that women are given a lot of administrative tasks that won't lead to promotion. Making sure that you're removing these biases. Let's just say Jenny, for example, right? You're giving Jenny a lot of administrative tasks that are not going to lead to promotion. You know that you can execute, but whenever it comes to that time to promote her, you're just like, well, she doesn't really have that much experience in this area. And really, that's unfair to Jenny. It's unfair to her that you've given her nothing but administrative tasks that really put her at a disadvantage when it comes to promotion. So thinking about what type of jobs you're providing, and what type of job responsibilities you're giving to people that can eventually lead them to promotion. And then how are you monitoring biases from talent review boards? Let's say whenever you're going to audit somebody to promotion, it's that time of year, you have additional budget for additional headcount. You potentially could look at an external candidate or an internal candidate. How are you monitoring biases from the managers? Let's say you're asking a manager, hey, how's Jenny performing? Let's say he says, hey, she's a little bit too aggressive or too quiet. These are key words to look at whenever it comes to the review boards, because aggressive for women, there could be a bias there, right? Or too quiet. We got to think about people on the spectrum. We all have biases. So making sure that managers are providing good feedback, good constructive feedback that is not conducive of biases, as well as recognition. You don't have to spend a lot of money on this area. It's always great to be able to promote people, give them more money, but you don't always have to recognize people by giving them additional pay. There's additional ways, right? Who gets an award in the organization, right? Or an email sent to the whole company that this individual is doing an incredible job. Employees want to feel recognized, they want to feel included, and they want to see people of all diverse backgrounds being recognized as well. And then professional development. Who's getting to attend conferences? Let's say that you're going to a conference year after year. Use conferences as an ability to compete and reward employees. Use this as a recognition ability as well. If there's a conference, let's say Latinos in Tech, and your organization decided to sponsor 20 tickets, right? Who gets to go? Right. And then having the manager send a letter out to the org and say, this individual was nominated because of a great job that they've been doing. Thank you for the incredible work that you've been doing. It's really about recognizing our employees and providing professional development opportunities. And then allocate dollars for training. It's important, looking at your budget. If you have some ability to provide $400, $300, depending on the size of your organization, to allocate dollars for training, do that. Your employees want to feel that you care about them, that you're going above and beyond for allocating dollars for their professional development, because eventually you want to see them move up in the organization. And then if you don't have one, identify a mentorship program. That's going to be really important as well. Looking at employee resource groups, which are groups made of underrepresented groups. If your organization is too small and you don't have that, you can look at creating a diversity council, right? People that really care about this, that are diversity champions, or a one-stop group where you're talking about diversity and inclusion per year, but you want to identify a mentorship program to mold this diverse talent within your organization, right? A mentor doesn't always have to be somebody that looks like you. I have a lot of mentors, African American, Latinx, Caucasian, right? So it's important that you're looking for mentorship opportunities to develop somebody. And then collaborate with your ERGs and diversity councils. If you're not sure what the issues in your organization are, let's say currently right now, right, we're having this conversation around Black Lives Matter, where there's a lot of racial tension and conversations that are happening. Collaborate with your employee resource groups or your diversity council, where you're asking them, what can we do to improve your experience? Or at least be able to listen to what they have to say, okay, I see what you're saying. I can't just expect you to come to work, put your head down where there's COVID, there's Black Lives Matter. Really making sure that you're meeting the needs of the employee by listening to them and their needs, and collaborating with the diversity council, the employee resource groups. Employees want to feel like they're able to speak up about what's happening to them, and you have to make sure that you're providing that type of space. And then building a framework, inclusion. When we think about diversity and inclusion, the way I like to explain it is diversity is being able to be invited to the party, inclusion is being able to dance at the party, equity is being able to provide the songs at the party, right? Being the DJ, putting a couple songs on the disc. This is the way to think about diversity, inclusion, and equity. And a couple ways to do inclusion is looking at volunteerism. Allocating time to volunteer in the community, right? Let's say you have an initiative where once a month, you take 2 hours out of the whole month where your whole team is going out and volunteering at the food bank, or right now, virtual opportunities, making face masks, where you're giving it to like the Black women in business in Austin, where they're providing free food resources to elders and people with disabilities in the community. Being able to give back to the community in a way that's authentic, makes your employees feel like they're working for an employer that cares about the community. And it's always great to have executives to be engaged, executives to encourage volunteerism. Because let's say you allocate 10 hours, right? You say 10 hours per year for volunteerism is allocated. Some go up to 40, some go up to 80, really depending on your volunteerism practice. It's important for executives to put messages out that they want you to volunteer. Because if you just say you can volunteer for 10 hours, but you give so much work to your employees that they feel bad about taking time out to go volunteer, you really want to make sure that that message is coming from the top and saying, we want you to volunteer. This is important for the organization. And then taking photos and sharing it with everybody and say, look, this is the great event that this group was able to do on this weekend. And then being a good neighbor to the community. Volunteerism is good. It's not just about being able to make profits for the organization, but serving the area where your organization's at, where your company's at, showing that you're a good corporate neighbor. And then employee feedback. This is crucially important. I can't emphasize how important it is to get feedback from your employees. You know, creating a yearly survey, quarterly survey, whatever best fits your organization, where you ask your employees about the satisfaction of where they're working at. Throw a couple diversity and inclusion questions in there. Leave it open for text box, open text, you know, so they can really talk about what they're hearing, what they're feeling. And then this can help you set your priorities for the year. You know, if you're hearing that some employees are having more of a negative experience than others, looking into that. Is it a specific line of business, specific department? Is it a manager? This is important questions to ask to make sure that you're providing the training that you need and the support you need for your employees. And then manager overview. It's, you know, it's one thing for your manager to say, this is how this individual contributor is performing. It's important for the individual contributors to also provide feedback on the managers, because you can find a lot about that. Oftentimes when we think about managers, you know, let's say somebody's just really great at software development and they're just killing it out there. So then they get promoted into a manager positions where they don't know how to manage, but they're a great coder, right? But they're just not a good manager. How do you receive that feedback? It's important for you to know that you're putting your managers in a good position, but also your individual contributors in a position where they have a manager that's inclusive. They have a manager that's working towards removing their biases, and you have a workplace where you're open to feedback. It's really important for manager reviews to exist. And then community partnerships. You know, scholarships. If you have the ability to donate $500 or $5,000 to a local diverse organization, let's say you have a tech organization, right? And you have $500 to donate to this organization for scholarship. This is important. You're developing the next generation of STEM leaders. Same thing if you're in finance or etc. It's just important for you to have these tools available and that you're providing support to the community. And it's also good for tax break purposes, right? But really just looking at more from a perspective where you're building those community partnerships. And then providing free services. If you don't have $500 to give or $5,000 to give, you can provide free services. Let's say you're an organization where you have software. Providing free software to diverse organizations that could benefit. That's a good case study scenario, but also it's just building that community trust. And if you can't do any of those, just because you don't have enough bandwidth, you don't have the finances for it, providing free space. If you have an office, right, once COVID passes, you know, providing free space to these local organizations that are always looking for space to host their events. Being able to do that shows you as a good partner, a community partnership member, but it also gets you the ability to talk about opportunities for your organization. It's a good recruiting mechanism. If you're providing free space, you know, getting 1 to 2 minutes in the beginning and saying, hey, you know, I work for this organization and we're hiring for a software developer, etc. It's a good opportunity for you to get your community partnership. You're building that Rolodex, you're sharing recruiting opportunities, and also you're building relationships with the community. And then establishing metrics. Why is this important? You can't know what you need to improve if you don't have metrics and goals, right? Once you get all this information, you're thinking about, you know, how can I create a diversity and inclusion strategy? You can get so many ideas, 13 to 14 ideas, that you want to make sure that you're only initiating 3 to 4, right? Because make it clear, concrete goals. You have 3 to 4 goals. You know, I want to increase diversity candidate pipeline. That's one of my goals, right? I want to increase my community partnerships, and then I want to increase volunteerism within the organization. Let's say those are your 3 goals. You can then make sub goals within those main goals, but the company goals, you know, you want to make sure that you have executives signing on this information saying, we endorse this, we support it. We want for the managers and those individual contributors to trickle that information down. But you want to have executive buy-in for the company goals, right? And then on top of that, you want to have a diversity champion or a council, right? Who's accountable for making sure that this information, the goals are implemented within the organization? Accountability is really important. You don't have to have, a full-time person running diversity and inclusion if you don't have the headcount for it. Eventually, you want to get to that point. But if you're in a space where that's just not an option right now, creating a diversity council, a diversity champion where the head of HR is running these initiatives is important. But you want to make sure that you have somebody driving this where you can hold them accountable, as well as sharing, the company results. If you have a goal, you set it out to the organization. Hey, these are our diversity goals for the year, right? And then I have this person that's going to drive this information down, or if you have additional questions, this is diversity council, this is the diversity champion, and then sharing the results at the end of the year. This is how we performed, and always knowing that diversity and inclusion is development, right? It's always about developing a diversity initiative, making sure that we're doing better. It's important to acknowledge that there's a long way to go when it comes to D&I, because it's not just about the workplace. We're looking at systematic racism outside of the workplace where people bring their biases into the organization. So it's important to know that there's always room for development, but you have to set company goals to make sure that you're initiating and going as far as you can with a clear vision, with executive buy-in. So on that note, I just want to say, if you're a small startup organization, medium business, right, or if you're a student interested in the diversity and inclusion space, one thing to know is you got to start off with passion, right? It's important to be passionate. You got to really care about these things, but also know that passion is not the only thing. You have to know how to drive diversity from a business standpoint. That's really what's going to get you to go to the other level, is going at the bottom line. What is it that the business needs to excel, right? Once you identify the business needs, you talk about the importance of diversity. It can increase revenue. It can eventually get us into some government contracts. It's good for retention purposes. Then you can start building this diversity and inclusion strategy. And I'm happy to answer any questions over Twitter, over the chat right now. I'm accessible at @AngelicaRazzo_. So I'm just going to go ahead and pause there if Rebecca wants to take it.
Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation, Angelica. I think that was great. And everybody is definitely wanting to already rewatch that just to make sure that they have all the information. We are pretty much out of time for this session, but I do have one question for you, and I just wanted to leave the audience with this. What are your biggest no-nos, I guess you would say, that our audience should avoid when developing and branding their diversity initiatives?
I think the biggest no-nos is don't tokenize your employees. If you're in an organization where, let's say you only have one Latina, right, or one African-American employee, don't put all of the diversity and inclusion work on that employee. It is not their responsibility to do that. They can provide feedback, but they should not be the ones driving this strategy. It should really come from the CEO level or mid-level executives. But it's a really bad employee to be tokenized. And it doesn't help diversity and inclusion. It actually puts it more at a negative stand. Start looking at reverse racism that way. So just tip to the people that are starting to inclusion, don't tokenize your employees. Nobody likes that.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate your presentation. And like Angelica said, you could reach out to her on Twitter at @AngelicaRazzo_, I believe it was, and have a discussion with her there. All right, thank you so much. We are going to move on to our next session. And this is going to be our startup showcase. So as all of you know, or maybe some of you don't, we are going to be showcasing some of the companies that are in our accelerator program. These 5 companies were finalists and were chosen to pitch at this event today. And so we are so excited to have them. I'm going to introduce Jonathan, who you already know, who will be our moderator. But before I do that, I just want to give a big shout out to BakerBots, who was the sponsor of this showcase, and obviously Google for Startups, who was a supporting sponsor for this entire event. So BakerBots is providing $10,000 of legal services for the winner of this event or this showcase. And then Duluth Capital is also going to be providing a one-on-one investment meeting with the winner. So a potential investment might be in the future for this winner. So we are really excited to begin the showcase, and I'm going to throw it to Jonathan, who will be the moderator of this event. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks, Rebecca. And shout out to Angelica for that awesome session. So just so everyone's clear, every startup that's pitching today will have 4 minutes to pitch, followed by 2 minutes of Q&A by our judges. Now, with that being said, I'd like to introduce our 4 judges today, beginning with Natalie Gonzalez, partner at BakerBots. Natalie, come up.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. Natalie Gonzalez. I am an intellectual property partner at BakerBots here in Houston, focusing mostly on patents, trademarks, copyrights, and helping startups make sure that they get their IP in line and that you're protecting your biggest asset, which is very oftentimes your intellectual property. Very happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Natalie. And then next up, we have Rogelio Cuevas, CEO of Central.
Hi, Jonathan. Very happy to be here. I'm Rogelio. I run Central, which is a tech hub in Mexico City, just like Capital Factory. So we're also partners with Google for Startups, and we provide a bunch of different programs to support startups in Latin America. I'm very happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Rogelio. And then next up, we have Juliana Garayzar, Houston Launch Director and Greentown Labs. Please come up, Juliana.
Hi, everybody. I'm Juliana Garayzar. So I'm the launch director of Greentown Labs, which is the biggest clean tech incubator in America, soon expanding into Houston. I'm also a board member of the Angel Capital Association, which is the umbrella for all angel groups in North America, including Mexico and Canada. And I'm the president of the Business Angel Minority Association, as well as a lead investor in Portfolio Rising America that invests in Black and Latino founders as well as LGBTQ founders.
Awesome, Juliana. And then last but not least, we have another Rogelio de los Santos, managing partner at Dallas Capital. How are you doing, Rogelio?
Great, Jonathan. Thank you for the invitation and hello to everyone. I'm with Dallas Capital based in Mexico. We have currently a couple of funds and now launching a third fund. Currently, we have deployed around 120 million into 35 startups in the US and all over Latin America. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you all. All right, so we're going to move on to our very first pitch. First up will be Robert Valderas of Bob's Containers. Remember, you'll have 4 minutes to pitch, followed by 2 minutes of Q&A. How you doing, Rob?
Good. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. Cool. Yeah, let's get started. So my name is Robert Valderas. My company is Bob's Containers, and it's deceptively simple what we do. So Bob's Containers is an e-commerce marketplace for shipping containers, container homes, container offices. For those of you who don't know, like if you've never seen a container, you don't know the name of it, it's those big metal boxes that are used to ship cargo internationally from Asia, from all across the world. It's the medium of transport. So who we are, we're one company, there's about 30 of us now. We've grown quite a bit in the past year, and we sell containers outright to the public and to businesses. We customize them into container homes and offices, and we rent them out. And you might be asking, like, okay, why shipping containers? What's so special about that? Well, it's a huge market, right? Just the containers alone is over 12 billion a year annually in the U.S. and is forecasted to grow steadily despite COVID. And modular building, which is using shipping containers as a medium of housing and offices, is growing exponentially. For those of you who are working from home this year, you might have wished you had something in the backyard or additional space to work out of, create additional dwelling and things like that. So that being said, we see some really big market opportunities in this space. So one thing is that the U.S. imports more than they export. So there's a surplus of used shipping containers at every port. And there is a growing demand for what I mentioned earlier, at-home offices or just modular offices that's growing steadily per year. So we have a supplier who needs to get rid of these containers and a demand for them. And right now, if you're a consumer looking to get a container home or office, you don't really know where you should be buying these. You don't know how much you should be paying, and you definitely don't know how to get one delivered, how it works. So this means there's a huge market out there that's very fragmented. It's filled with brokers and inefficiencies. And as of last year, it was ready for e-com disruption. This year, we're definitely seeing that e-commerce marketplaces are disrupting this huge sleepy giant. So we've done a little bit of case studies. Our first year, we entered a few markets, and long story short, we feel like we crushed it. We came in not knowing much. We made a ton of sales, and we've grabbed some real market share there. And that has continued into 2020, where we're expanding throughout the middle U.S. What I want to detail next is sort of who's in this marketplace right now. Well, there's really big companies, which I've listed here, who you may have never heard of because they don't market to the individual consumer. They're going to large companies, construction companies that need to place containers for storage or office space on construction sites. So no one's really tapping into providing this sort of service product online in a nice, like, easy format. So that being said, we've jumped into it and we've got some serious traction. So our first project, which got us started, was the City of Austin Container Park. It's called the Box Bazaar, which is open now. Anyone can feel free to visit it. And that's essentially just 6 shipping containers made into office space for new business owners. That being said, our fabrication shops are backlogged over a month because demand has been very high. And so 2020 has been a great year for us in the sense that, we're still growing positively. We have grown our strategic partnerships. The demand is still there, and we're finding new market segments that we can serve. And that brings us to our next plan. Like, where do we go from here? So like I said, not to disparage anyone who's been suffering from COVID, but this year has been great for direct-to-consumer type brands like ours, and it's still a real big land grab. People want these additional dwelling units in their backyard. They want to place a container home on land. There's been a bit of a suburban flight right now. So we're expanding our fabrication services by making larger facilities to crank out more shipping container homes and offices. So that's our plan going into 2021. We are starting to raise money now. I think I mentioned that although we are fortunate to be very cash flow positive in what we do, the market's huge and we can expand and serve more consumers if we sort of start taking on investments. So that's a plan we have going into next year. Our sort of 2020 update, what I really want to focus on is that as everyone's been at home, there's been an increase like e-commerce shopping, and that's been really good for us because the demand for additional dwelling space and offices is growing. And our pivot this year has been into focusing, serving that market segment, and it's gone very, very well. So like I mentioned earlier, we're on track to grow 3x. Our online store is doing very, very well. And even, especially in some markets like Austin, there's been a still construction boom, which we're able to serve by providing the sort of run-of-the-mill container offices where it's used for a field office outside of a large project. So that's where we're at in 2020. So shipping containers, very boring to look at, but it's a huge market segment, and we're bringing some disruption to it with e-commerce. Essentially, it's a no-brainer when you choose Bob's Containers.
Great job, Bob. Had to say that, by the way. All right. Looks like we already have a few questions from our judges. First up, Rogelio.
Thank you, Jonathan. Bob, congratulations. I have seen very good applications, very cool applications. But interests me is, well, good that you're recycling this, but what are the benefits that keep driving container adoption in the market? What is the lever that is creating this market?
And they're modular, so they're ready to live and in use. So they have that plug and play functionality where in the B2C space where people want to put them in the backyard, there's no on-site construction being done. Permitting can be circumvented in certain ways. So we can just drop one there and they're ready to use. That's driven a lot of the growth in sort of the B2C segment. In the B2B market, there's been no real slowdown in construction in the markets we serve. Projects are still being going forward, and there's a constant demand for these. And the industry is growing. People are realizing that these containers can be used other than storing goods and materials on site.
So, Bob, can you tell us a little bit more about your margins, your sales cycles, and also your exit strategy for this investment?
Sure. So So we're just selling containers. Those margins are pretty modest. They're about 10 to 15% this year. It's much more competitive this year, which is why we pivoted and moved more into making container homes and offices. Those gross margins are 50% and up. And so I don't know if I heard all your questions correctly, but
your sales cycle, how long do you take to acquire a customer?
So when they're buying just a container, it's within 20 minutes. It's a commodity. Someone comes in here, they want it. By us being pricing transparent, which other companies are not, it's a yes or no. And we move on and close the sale. When it comes to someone wanting a container home, for instance, we have a set menu, which is a very good jumping off point for them. They can see the models A, B. They love the prices up front, and they're ready to buy or not. We do fancier, I guess you could say more custom type builds. Those are a one-off basis. They come to us. That's a 1 week sales cycle. We can get them an answer and get them a price, and they'll say yes or no.
And what about the exit strategy for the investors?
So there's a couple of ways we can go with that. If we're selling just containers, we want to build up a rental fleet. Acquisitions are very common in our space, where larger companies like Mobile Mini come and buy a smaller business for market share. Exit strategy, if we focus on the B2C consumer space and container homes and offices, that's a very new market segment. So we are aligning ourselves to be following footsteps of large manufactured home industries. So we're a more attractive acquisition target, or sort of a partnership can be met with them.
Bob, can you tell us a little bit more about your strategic partnerships? You mentioned some during your presentation at a very high level, but any additional information you can share on those?
Yeah, so they're selling just containers. It's very low competitive barrier to entry. So what we focused on is our marketing. And so we have these larger companies that are in Houston and other port cities that they're very good at sourcing and bringing containers to the US and even modifying them themselves, but they've always focused on large enterprise clients, oil and gas being one. And so they don't have a marketing machine to reach the consumers that are shopping online. So we have a good market share on that. So what's great with us is if I get an order in for, say, 20 container homes, I go to them because they have the huge facilities and they can make these to our standards much faster than we can.
Awesome. I think that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you, everyone. Next up, we have Daniel with Drill Lab.
Hi, everybody. Hola a todos. ¿Cómo están?
Muy bien.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Daniel. I'm from Colombia. I'm a petroleum engineer, and I'm going to present to you Drill Lab. So I'm going to be starting right now. Drill Lab, we focus in the oil and gas industry. So we are basically addressing one big problem, which is the high cost in the drilling of wells. All right. So it's a $21 billion problem in the US. It's 80% of the budget of the drilling is spending non-productive time, which is basically, hey, operations that are not efficient, problems that occur in the drilling. In Mexico, that's 20% of the budget in the drilling. Colombia is the 15%. So we are addressing that problem by basically just, hey, there's a gap right now. When the drilling team plans a well, it's a different and complete different team than the contractors at the rig site. And that creates a gap on the know-how and the lesson learned. So what we do is, hey, let's take all that information that is in a hard copy, that it's in paperwork or it's in PDF files. We put that into the system, into the Drill Lab system, and then we have an application. And with that application, with that app, what we want is this. We want a coordinated common strategy. Well, imagine that you are drilling a well and you have been in the field 10 days and it's 1 a.m. You do not remember what's written in a hard copy. And by not remembering that, the problems occur. And that's where the high cost comes. So we created an application that basically reminds the people in real time of what's coming up, either risk, strategies, or logistics. And by doing that, what we want is communicating the risk in advance, informing the team regularly. That's what we created. It's pretty simple. First step, we take the data from offset wells to drilling programs, information. We run into our system. We digitalize that. We have it in the cloud. Second thing, We set up all the information that we require to be sent in real time. So when the drilling starts, which is a step 3, we have a predictive risk mitigation and reduction. All right. Our business model is simple. It's a monthly service fee, which ranges anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 per month. And that's going to depend on how many wells are in the same time being operated. All right. We started back in Colombia. We went through a few getting in the ring contest, Google Launchpad San Francisco. We partnerships sometime with IBM to enhance our predictive analysis, and then we got outside Colombia. So we went into Mexico. We incorporated into Mexico. We started business in Mexico, and we are now happily with a few oil and gas independent companies in the Tamaulipas area and in Villahermosa. Great delivering value. Then we went to Guatemala. We are currently in Guatemala also, and we incorporated into the US this year. So we are a company that has a track and experience of getting results for our clients. We are expanding in Latin America. We are creating jobs in Latin America. We are helping the industry be efficient in these harsh times because the economies depend on oil and gas. This is a recent result that we were managed to save the client over $350,000 just in one well. And this is just a recent client a few months ago for a Canadian company that has assets both in Mexico and Colombia. We are saving around 6 to 10% of the drilling budget with our technology, and we have a killer team. We have, as a COO and a co-founder, Gonzalo, with 30 years of experience in the drilling area. I have a serial entrepreneur, and I have a great CTO, which has more than 10 years in the industry. That's the 4-minute pitch, and I want to thank everybody for this opportunity, and just reminder, it is possible to export services from Latin America into other markets. It is possible, and it's an invitation to keep trying even in these harsh times. Thank you, everybody.
Fantastic, Daniel. Let's bring up the judges. And I think we already have a few questions ready. Rogelio Cuevas, you want to start? You're on mute.
There you go. Very interesting pitch. Thank you. And I wanted to ask you, in the E&P industry, it's very common that like most wells are designed individually. So like your technology is very easy to scale, but the wells are not necessarily easy to scale. How do you accompany your clients in the design process of each well? And yeah, how do you do that?
Perfect. Great question. It's true. It is hard to scale in the oil and gas industry because we are an E&P industry. What I mean by E&P, it's Excel and PowerPoint industry. I mean, I'm petroleum engineer, that's how we work. So what we created is, hey, let's not try to automatize everything. Let's just make it right to the people we need to get the strategies to. And with the team, what we created is, hey, you have your own well, you have your PDF file, you have your spreadsheet. Don't worry. We adapt to your files. Do not try to adapt your industry, your company into our software. So keep it simple. And that's how we work. That's how we manage to scale. Just we adapt and we create different solutions that process the information and digitalize it. That's our key.
So do you need to assign any FTEs to your customers? Yeah, to do this.
That's the first step. We need to find all the confidentiality and everything agreement, and we keep the information in the client servers, so it is not outside of the controlled space because information is sensitive, and that applies for Shell, Pemex, Ecopetrol, and small companies.
Okay. Thank you.
So Daniel, you mentioned that you are able to eliminate 20% or almost 20% of the downtime for drilling. So have you made any calculations of the ROI that would signify for your customers, and what would be the payback period for them if they were to use your systems?
Of course. In these 3 years, we have had a good base of clients. So these numbers are numbers that we got from actually deploying the software. paying customers. Yes, I mean, 10% of a project in Mexico, for instance, is we're talking the Tamaulipas areas, we're talking $3 million. So 10% is $300,000, right? So yes, it's when you say, hey, I'm coming in with I don't know, 10,000 per month or 5,000 per month service, but you're saving it $300,000, and we approach the client saying, hey, you know what? We're so confident in what we do not pay us yet. Don't worry, because we can manage right now to just go out, deploy the tool, deploy the software, and that's it. Just pay us as you see the savings, right? And it works. I mean, that's what the industry right now needs. We're not in a spot as the oil and gas industry to just go and ask for cash advance or anything. We need to be aligned with the client's need. So that's how we do it.
So have you thought about doing the business model a percentage of the savings instead of?
Of course. I mean, that's the best model, but it has two barriers that you have to break. One is you have to actually get the enough information to set a baseline. And we have done it with some clients. And yes, and it's, hey, you know what? Let's do something. I'm going to keep 10% or 20% of your savings. That's it. And you pay me with the savings.
We're going to have to go on to the next one. Thank you, Daniel, and everyone.
Gracias
All
a todos.
Leslie with Fabulengua.
Buenas tardes. Hello, everyone. We are Fabulengua. We help young kids learn a new language through the power of children's stories. I'm Leslie Omana-Baggert, co-founder of Fabulengua. My background is that I'm half Venezuelan. I grew up in Spain, and I have lived and worked as a multilingual entrepreneur, product developer, and artist in the UK, China, Argentina, and now in the US. Fabulengua exists because we, like most parents, we're aware of the significant benefits that you get from learning a second language, particularly at a young age, such as enhanced cognitive development, social-emotional intelligence, as well as greater life opportunities. But we were frustrated with the ineffectiveness of existing solutions for children that lacked engagement. We falsely think that we need to introduce a new language by drilling rote learning based on rules and memorization into a child's mind. And that just turns kids off. But you can and will learn a language when you are engaged and entertained in a story. It's actually the magic of children's stories that makes it fun and easy for a child to learn that language. Naturally, stories lead to learning. Fabulengua helps kids aged 2 to 10 learn a new language in a fun and accessible way through interactive stories that are set in a game-based experience. Our first product teaches Spanish to English speakers, and our next one will teach English to Spanish speakers, both in the US and across Latin America, and we'll then move on to other languages. The basis of our learning method is called magical translations. This method creates what's known in academic circles as comprehensible input, which is the holy grail that enables the subconscious development of language skills that children are so primed for. Once the kids understand the story, we add on increasingly challenging levels to each story, which go on to work additional language skills like comprehension, pronunciation, spelling, grammar, and literacy, all while keeping the child relaxed and engaged. The Fabulengua world, where all of our stories live, has role-playing game elements for further engagement and retention. Our team is rooted in game development experience, and we are building the first and only language immersion multiplayer role-playing game through the power of children's stories. We source our stories from talented independent authors and illustrators, as well as publishers across Latin America and Spain, so they can monetize their creativity. Why now? As you know, there are currently more Spanish speakers living in the United States than in Spain. And by 2050, the US will be the largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. So these tailwinds for bilingualism also exist in Latin America and China. In addition, there's an explosion in digital learning, and the children's language learning is a particularly fragmented growth market. Childhood is a magical window where young brains are actively wiring to all the language input around them. And critically for our planet, learning a second language early on creates the wiring necessary for empathy to develop in children. How big is the opportunity? Globally, language learning is almost a $50 billion industry, of which the fast-growing digital learning market is only still 20% of that total. We sell direct to the learner on a freemium subscription model, Parents, families, and kids are our customers at this point, not schools, but we are getting increasingly approached by teachers to use Fabulingua with their students. We share net revenue with our writers, illustrators, and publishers. So we launched in December 2019, and here's what we've accomplished so far. We are developing our technology platform to efficiently produce stories based on reusable items and building blocks. We're focused on growing our community of writers, illustrators, and publishers. We have our first 10 stories now live, and we're getting great feedback. And we have almost 50,000 downloads, and we have spent relatively little marketing dollars to achieve this. And I want to end by talking about our team, which I'm really proud of. I know that this Latinx Summit celebrates diversity and inclusivity, and we have intentionally built this into our hiring process, our team, and our product from day one, because really we understand that that is the most effective way for an organization to do it from the very beginning. So I think that's about 4 minutes, and I don't know if you all have any questions. I can't see them right now, so I'm going to stop sharing, I think.
Great job, Leslie. Let's bring up the judges. And I think we have 2 questions off the bat. Natalie, you want to start?
Yes, I will. Well, that was great. My question is related to your patents. I think I had reviewed some of your materials that were sent to us before this presentation, and you noted something about patents pending. I didn't hear that during your presentation, so can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, very early on after we did our customer discovery around 40 families, we then took out, did the application process for a patent, which is kind of like getting a PhD in your little area of academia. And, you know, we've submitted that and it's still pending. It's on the process of the magical translations and how we graduate our kids through the pedagogy of all the stages afterwards.
Great, thank you. When did you file that?
That was like two years ago.
Okay, and it's still pending. Have you? Yep. Okay.
It's a slow, laborious process.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Jonathan, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. Any other questions, Rogelio?
Quickly, Leslie, thank you for your pitch. Can you tell us a little bit about your cohort behavior with the 50,000 downloads? How is it behaving as time passes through?
So I think one of the things that we've had a bit of a sort of change with COVID, because when COVID hit, we did decide that the right thing for us to do was to actually extend our product for free to help parents everywhere with just all the home time that they now had with their kids. So we've only just turned subscriptions back on. We had them off it was just free for 5 months. So we had just launched in December. We had 2 months, then we had COVID, and now we've had 2.5, 3 weeks. So, but basically what we have seen in terms of behavior of the cohorts is that the earlier cohorts compared to the later ones, the engagement was much deeper, because I think mostly because we had more stories and we have more, the product's bigger and better every month. Our commitment is to launch a new story every month and then also additional features. So the early cohorts had 3 stories and now they have 10. So the stickiness of it has definitely increased as the depth of the product has increased, the offering.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Next up, we have Alex of Lena.
Hello, everyone.
How's it going, Alex?
Hey, I'm Alex. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Lena. I'm going to start with a story. So this is me and my many cousins with our grandparents in Latin America, Bolivia, actually. And helping our grandparents as they aged was just part of growing up. And then I grew up and I immigrated to the US in chase of the amazing American dream. And as I worked in the Texas Medical Center, I saw a very peculiar trend. Many seniors were living in isolation and patients weren't being discharged because they had nobody that they could turn to at home. So I dug deeper and I learned that seniors who are isolated are twice as likely to visit the ER and be readmitted to the hospital. And they're also 50% more likely to develop dementia, depression, and anxiety. Now, this is also bad for business. Socially isolated seniors are costing the average health system more than $10 million a year. This is like, for example, one health system like Memorial Hermann, for example, and $1 billion of annual cost to a major health insurer, which we validated with United Healthcare. Now, today, the health systems and plans, they have a call center staffed by nurses. And we found that these highly licensed and highly paid nurses are doing mainly non-clinical patient navigation support. The problem is that for patients, the patient experience is so confusing and frustrating. They play phone tag and get bounced around different nurses who lack context. Oftentimes, it's just easier to go to the ER to get a question answered. At Lena, we match patients with an AI-augmented, dedicated health companion who's a personal health concierge. Our mission is to make healthcare effortless and more human. So we're building a conversational AI that can automate the answering of common patient questions so that their dedicated health companion can spend more time with patients and focus on building relationships and trust that activate patients and continue to engage them. So how does it work? When patients ask a question via text to their dedicated health companion, our chatbot checks if it can answer it on behalf of the companion. We can leverage data from the electronic medical record, provider directories, and community resources to answer common patient questions automatically. So, and additionally, the questions that can't be answered by the chatbot are elevated up to the dedicated health companion who can provide a heightened concierge experience. So our health companions are non-clinicians, highly trained and hyper-focused on an elevated patient service. And so for urgent clinical needs, our system can escalate patients directly to the existing nursing team in the health system. We charge health systems and plans a monthly population subscription with a service navigation fee. And with the average contract size being about $300,000, we can reach a $6 million in annual revenue by closing 20 customers alone that we've already identified as targets. Now, we're proud that our first 2 customers are household names health systems, Houston Methodist and Wake Forest in North Carolina. Our ideal customers are health systems and plans that have embraced value-based care, and this together is a $7 billion total addressable market. Since we've been deployed with Houston Methodist, we've seen exceptional patient engagement. In 5 months alone, we saw over 1,000 patient touch points, 86 companion navigation support, and we have an average of over 80% weekly patient engagement, which is more than 10x the industry standard. And interestingly, we found that we can really make an impact on loneliness. We saw a 28% decrease in measured loneliness scores. So patients love having a companion, a dedicated person that they can turn to, and we've earned a 91 Net Promoter Score with these patients. We've modeled Lena after practices that have shown to reduce unnecessary care utilization, and Lena pays for itself on the efficiency improvements alone and can produce a 5x return on investment for our customers. We're transforming the health navigation experience. We'll expand our integrations to insurance coverage, home health and medications, and community programs. But we'll unlock patient data of new context. We believe that we could utilize prediction to understand what patients need ahead of time in order to make healthcare truly effortless and proactive. So what we need help with today is closing our pre-seed round of $600,000 that will help us accelerate our growth. We want to complete our case study, continue to train our conversational AI, and close additional enterprise customers already in our pipeline. And we've got a diverse team of people with deep expertise in healthcare, AI engineering, and operational excellence. So our mission at Lena is to ensure that nobody has to face aging alone and that every senior has someone to turn to, just like my grandparents did. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, Alex. Let's bring up the judges. And I think we have 2 questions already off the bat, one from Juliana and the other from Rogelio Los Santos.
Alex, it's so good to see how you have advanced from the team in TMC fellowship. So congratulations on that. So
Great to
my
see you.
first question is about FDA approval or clearance. Does this platform need any approval? And then can you tell us a little bit more about Techstars and how that helped?
Yeah, that is really great question. So we do not need to be regulated as a medical device because we are not making any diagnostic decisions. And so we focus on non-clinical patient support. And anything that's relating clinical, we elevate to the clinician, similar to just transferring information to them. They make the decision on how urgent it is and how to act on it. So we do not have to have any regulatory compliance or go through any FDA clearance. So with Techstars, we went through Techstars, it was September 2019, and we graduated in January. And we went with one hypothesis on how to solve this problem of social isolation in seniors. And you remember that, Juliana. And what we found was that we did a lot of customer discovery, and we realized that one major assumption was flawed, and we had to pivot. So we spent months of customer discovery to understand what essentially our customers were willing to pay for, the large insurers, and what it means to drive ROI in a value-based care world when it comes to social isolation. And so we pivoted and we built some great relationships, and we took that and sold it to Houston Methodist. And now we have some great relationships at United Healthcare, and we are in discussions with them about what we can do now that we have data, that we have an understanding and a great fit. So that was the outcome of Techstars.
Alex, thank you for carrying on this space. Let's talk about your technology. What's the current state of it? And you said that you have to still train your conversational AI.
Yeah, so today we utilize the most common and basic questions on our chatbot. So we are elevating a lot of questions, right, to our actual health companions. And by design, we want to maintain a high level of quality. But common questions about patient referrals, about schedules, about concerns that they want to communicate to their PCP, we're able to do automatically, as well as escalations to the clinical care team. Now we are beginning to look at integrating into electronic medical records and scan through that with NLP to be able to automatically answer those questions. And by the way, health systems today have these nurses that are jumping on phone calls very reactively, right, just to answer these very commonly asked questions that can be automated through a chatbot. So we are expanding that more and more. So with more integrations into the EHR, to the provider directories, to claims information and coverage information about patients, we can continue to expand that automation through the chatbot, and that is the goal. So we expect that today we are about 30% gross margin on these navigators, but we really want to scale it up to 70-80% gross margins that we can use and we can use technology to do that. Jonathan, I think you are muted.
Of course. We're moving on to our last contestant. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you,
this founder is also Alex of Starling Medical. So if we can pull him up real quick.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. It's so great to be here. My name is Alex Arvelos. I'm a serial medical device entrepreneur and the CEO of Starling Medical. We're targeting at Starling Medical a really underserved large patient population that have a condition called neurogenic bladder dysfunction. We're targeting with our AI and tech-enabled device, aiming to transform the standard of care for these patients while enabling remote telehealth monitoring of them. This enables us to tap into a $15 billion annually reoccurring market, and we have a strong team leading this effort. So as I mentioned, we're targeting a patient population that has a condition called neurogenic bladder. And generally, these are patients with some form of neurological damage that means they can no longer tell when they need to use the bathroom, or they can't really control their bladders anymore. And right now, in 2020,
hey, Alex?
Yeah.
We're getting some feedback from your headset, we think. Would you mind taking it off and just speaking into the computer?
That's never happened before. I don't know if that's gonna work. Here, I think I know how to fix that.
Your headset is just, it sounds a little low. If you could just turn it up, that would also work.
Okay.
We just want to make sure everyone hears you.
How about this? Is that better?
Can you talk again?
How about this? Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better if you just really want to talk into the speaker so we can hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, it's the same, but yeah, it sounds good. All right, thank you so much. Sorry, Alex, continue.
Okay, so as I was saying, right now the standard of care for these patients in 2020 is they have to self-catheterize themselves 5 to 8 times a day, every 3 to 4 hours for the rest of their life. Each one of these insertions is painful, is associated with a really poor quality of life, and puts these patients at a heavy emotional burden. But in addition to that, each one of these insertions put them at risk of developing a severe urinary tract infection. And because these patients are insensate, these infections are hard to monitor and tell if they're getting sick. And so invariably, these patients' urinary tract infections result to an infection called urosepsis, which is life-threatening and send these patients to the hospitals multiple weeks at a time, frequently throughout the year. And because there are so many of these patients in the United States, we spend around $30 billion a year managing the cost of these patients' catheters and the cost of their hospitalizations. So at Starling, our mission is to free these patients from the poor quality of life associated with the current standard of care, while also improving the healthcare economics surrounding this patient population. And this is our solution. We call it the urine control system. It features a fully indwelling urinary catheter prosthesis that's now inserted only once a month, such that now whenever the patient needs to use the bathroom, they simply sit down on it and activate a wand that comes with the device that now allows them the near normal use of a toilet. In addition to that, we have RF-powered circuitry embedded into the body of the catheter that now allows them to communicate with their smartphone, to now know how full the bladder is throughout the day, to now know when to use the bathroom, but as well detect the early signs of a urinary tract infection. And this is how we see transforming the patient journey now. As the urologist of the patient will then prescribe them the urine control system. They will then buy the device directly from us for $400 a month and then self-insert the device at home. They then get reimbursed for the cost of the consumable from Medicare. And then now throughout the day, the patient uses the device to empty their bladder whenever they need to. They engage with our app daily and able to know when to use the bathroom and also to check on their bladder health status. Over time, our machine learning algorithms learn the details and specifics of our patient population. We can then transport that data from the smartphone app through our telehealth portals and collate it to create monthly generated reports that the urologist nurse practitioner can now read, which can now act as a new source of telehealth revenue streams for that initial urologist. And because of how these patients conglomerate to these specialists, a high practice urologist can now generate over $1 million in new revenue without a highly time commitment from them personally. Now, whenever our device detects one of these urinary tract infections, we can relay this data automatically to the urologist so we can begin triaging this patient and deciding their treatment in the outpatient setting versus the emergent inpatient setting that these patients currently get treated under. This will have significant cost savings to payers and have the effect of lowering the overall mortality of these patients. But beyond just being a transformation in the lives of these patients, this is also a massive market opportunity. Because as I said before, there are around 3 million patients in the United States currently that are eligible for our device. We can generate around $4,800 in reoccurring revenue per patient per year through direct sales of the device on a month-to-month basis. And that now that we have fixed the bladder management issues of these patients, they can go on to live another 20, 30 years of good quality life. So the way we see it, this builds up to our $15 billion initial target market that annually reoccurs year over year over year. And this is before even thinking about international markets where these neurogenic cases still show up, and as well as future indications such as post-BPH, which could continue to increase the market share of potential. Bringing this to market is we have a strong, experienced team with over 40 years of experience bringing novel medical devices to market. We joined together because one of our founders, Sylvie's younger sister, Natalie, was born with neurogenic bladder dysfunction. She and her family have had deals with the issues of the current standard of care their entire life. We came together to give families just like hers and the millions of others around the world a better option while also tapping to improve the healthcare economics surrounding these patients. Right now, we're raising a $1.5 million seed, which 400,000 of it is committed, and we'd love to talk more about that if anyone is interested in investing into us. So thank you everyone for your time, and remember, with Starling Medical, now you're in control of your bladder. Thank you.
Awesome. Great job, Alex. We're going to bring up the judges for 2 quick questions. First one from Natalie.
Thank you, Alex. I have done a bit of work in the medtech space on the patent side, and I do know that the catheter space it's a pretty crowded space. Have you done any sort of freedom to operate searches or any other work on that side to make sure that you have the all clear to proceed with what you're doing?
Yeah, so the most novel aspect of our device is our UTI detection spectroscopy part of it. That part is entirely novel. The other elements of it, like the pumping mechanism and the valving mechanism, we can build a picket fence around it that protect the specifics of our device, and that we should have freedom to operate because some of those concepts are now so old that someone can't necessarily prevent us from practicing it, but we can prevent someone from trying to copy our device, whereas the connected features and the UTI aspects that draws the rest of the telehealth stuff is all protected by us.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex. You were mentioning that you're also considering growing internationally. How would you modify the business model for international markets? Because it seems now that it's very suited for the American healthcare system. Like, what are the things that you would have to change, to switch, to address international markets?
Nothing in the device needs to change. It's really just about what is the price point that it sells at. We're really targeting the US market because the reimbursement is already in place for the patient to get reimbursed by it. And so that's why it's the fastest for us to drive to a significant exit. For us to go into the international markets, it's a matter of what is the proclivities of those individual markets to get the reimbursement in place through their individual systems, which is country dependent.
Can you quickly disclose who the investors are for this round?
Yeah, so right now it's being led by a VC group here in Houston called Metagenie Capital. And we have a West Coast investor who's a pretty large angel, and as well as some friends and family are contributing to the round.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alex. All right. Now we're going to have the judges deliberate for about 5 minutes before announcing the winner. And let's see. Rebecca, can you come up?
Hi, sorry, it took me a moment there.
No problem.
All right, awesome. I think that was such a great startup showcase. And I'm glad that everyone was here to be able to pitch and didn't have any issues for that, for the most part. So we are going to put a poll in the chat. Aaron Miller, if you're still in the comments, if you could just put a poll on who you think should win this showcase. So we had Bob's Containers, Drill App, Fabulinga, and then Starling Medical, and as well as, who did I miss? Lena, did I say that?
Yes.
I know, is that 5? Am I counting?
Containers, Starling Medical, Lena, Drill App, and Fabulinga.
Okay, I think I said them all. Wow, it's been a long day. Honestly, as you guys saw earlier, my thoughts went out the window, and they just did it again. But while we wait for the judges, they're going to deliberate for 5 minutes, and then they're going to come back, and we're going to announce the winner, and then we're going to bring the winner up and have the judges just give a brief overview of why they chose them. But before we do that, Jonathan, you were on mute twice this round, so.
That you know about, but yes.
So thank Jonathan, everyone, because we're going to play You're on Mute, which is essentially a small game we've been playing all day, where if one of the speakers or moderators during the session is on mute, then we play a game after the session. So super simple game. We're going to give you a random word off the top of our head, and you have to type it in to the chat, and whoever types it in the fastest wins a $25 gift card. So we're going to play that game while the judges deliberate. Thanks to Jonathan, your fearless moderator. And Jonathan, since you were the one that was on mute, why don't you do the honors and choose a word to
Absolutely. Keeping in the theme of food.
Oh, wait. 1 second. So before everybody does this, press the live button on the bottom left and it'll bring you up to speed. So you should hear that word as soon as he says it, and there shouldn't be a lag. So at the bottom left, press the live button and that it should take you up to speed. Okay, continue, Jonathan. Sorry.
All right. My word is Pringles.
Pringles. I have Pringles right here.
Amazing.
It's like
I'm a regular Houdini.
All right, so do put it in the stage chat. Pringles is the word. Whoever types it fast enough gets a $25 gift card. Oh gosh, okay, they're coming up. Dora Herrera, she won the, oh, were you talking?
Nope.
Yeah, I thought I heard one. Well, Dora, you win the last You're on Mute prize. So if you want to reach out to Aaron Miller, not Alex Wiesenthal, or even me on Hopin, I'm on Hopin right now, and just let us know what your email is, and we will shoot over a gift card of your choice, really, Amazon, Target, whatever you decide. And yeah, just make sure to email or to send over your email to the chat. Awesome. All right. Well, it looks like Robert, I see Robert is in the chat and Hopin. Do you want to come back to the live stage, Robert? So just in case you win, we have you in here. Oh, Dora, you are on Hopin right now. So if you look to the right-hand side, just press the people button, and then you can type my name, find me, and type it in there. But Jonathan, do you have any final thoughts on the entire event, the showcase? What was your favorite session, your favorite quotes, anything?
Well, I'm not going to get into the business of picking favorites, but I will say that, you know, one of the common threads I've seen through all of this is, you know, more of a really sense of hope. I know over the past decades, maybe a lot of entrepreneurs in the Latinx community haven't had the same opportunities or access to capital or access to, I think Eugene put it very well, intellectual capital, i.e., you know, mentors, resources, legal, everything that you need to really build a business and excel. But it sounds like we're really on our way to a place where a lot of those barriers and issues in the past won't be existent. I personally think it will definitely happen within my lifetime, you know, maybe even within the next 10 or 15 years or something like that, maybe sooner. But, you know, that I think is extremely inspiring. And I hope it's inspiring to others that are listening and have tuned in today for the various sessions. Also, you know, the 5 companies we've had showcase today are absolutely kick-ass. I'm just floored by the quality of startups that, you know, frankly, we get to interact with on a day in, day out basis. But yeah, those are kind of my thoughts there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I'm so glad that, you know, we're all able to be here today to attend this event and hear from these leading entrepreneurs and their thoughts and how to further the Latinx community in the startup world. So I'm really glad that we were able to do that. And if anybody has any comments for yourself, what was your favorite session, things like that, please feel free to put that in the stage chat. We'll give you a shout out, or we just want to hear from you what your favorite part of the event was. If there were any lasting impressions this event made on you, any quotes or anything like that. But please feel free to do that in the chat. But we are going to move on. We have a winner.
We do. All right.
If everybody could turn their cameras on. I see a couple of showcase startups that don't have a camera. Okay. Should we do a drum roll? Do you have a table?
All right, I'll give it a shot. And
all right, it is Alex Harb from Lena. Woo! Awesome.
Congratulations, Alex.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone. This is a really great experience.
Yeah, we're so glad to have you as winner, but thank you to everybody else that participated in this showcase. Glad to have you. And we're going to bring a couple of the judges back up so they can just provide some comments on what chose you. So we're going to do that right now, and I am going to take myself down from the speed, but Jonathan, I'll keep you up.
Awesome. Hey, Rogelio.
I think we are currently waiting for the judges, the other judges, if Morgan wants to send them our way. Maybe. They were in the deliberation room. Rogelio, you just got here really quick. Your feedback, Rogelio, while we wait for the others to come in.
Yep, we got you on mute, Rogelio. It's contagious, I swear. There we go. But yeah, let's. I'd love to hear some comments from Rogelio or Juliana.
And thank you very much to the judges. It's an honor to be in front of you, and thank you for the feedback.
Absolutely.
Well, we didn't have a lot of time to discuss, and we went ahead with the top two, and the company that was, a match for all of the four of us was Lena, so it was a clear winner. And of course, I'm totally biased because I know a lot about you, and with my background at the TMC, and I can see how much you have evolved, how much of a solid team you have behind, which is very important. And the fact that you've proven your thesis at a Techstars accelerator, and you have very big contracts with TMC groups, and of course the YMCA is kind of very important for us. And the market is, of course, very big. Aging is growing, so we are also having a portfolio active aging fund that I hope you will apply to, and hopefully you can also get some funding from us.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Thank you for the feedback, Juliana. Anyone else want to jump in?
Thank you so much, Juliana.
No, I'm fine. Congratulations, Alex. Really great pitch.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. And thank you for the notes on what was important and what stood out. That's really helpful.
Awesome. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock. It looks like we're going to have to unfortunately wrap up on what's been an incredible event and day. I really appreciate all of the showcase startups for presenting. Obviously, you, Alex, as well, for winning, our judges for spending time to take part in this event. I know, in this day and age, it seems like we're always on, always busy. There's no real work-life balance, but I really appreciate the fact that you took time out of your days to take part in this event.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good work, Alex.
Thank you.
We are going to now wrap up this event. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. And again, if anybody just wants to drop in the comments right before you leave what your favorite part of the day was, any lasting impressions that this event made on you, please feel free to do so. And you should be receiving an email after this with a survey, if you could so kindly take that, and then also a video with links to each session, the beginning of each session. That way you can rewatch anything that y'all need to rewatch. And Jonathan, would you like to close us out? Any last words?
Oh man, so much pressure. Honestly, I just want to say thank you for everyone who's played a hand today, whether you were a simple participant or presenting today or a moderator or a panelist, and certainly not, last but not least, our production team. Obviously you, Rebecca, Justin, Tret, people that we've had helping moderate the polls and the comments, Alex, Aaron. This has been awesome. I hope we can do this more often, if I'm being perfectly honest. And this has really inspired me, in a lot of different ways. I'm leaving today from the office with very good feelings. So thank you for everyone.
Definitely, yeah. Thank you to everyone that helped me today, as Jonathan just said. And thank you, Jonathan, for being my co-host alongside me and, giving people some money by playing a You're On Me.
Yeah. I'm probably going to get an email from HR about that, but all right.
I hope not. It was a fun but we're going to close out now. We appreciate you all for coming and spending some time with us. We do have our Women in Tech Summit happening in October. October 5th is the date. So if you are interested in learning more about that event or hearing who's going to be some of the speakers, you can find that information on our Eventbrite page. But with that, we're going to close it out. Thanks again, everyone, for coming, and we'll see you next time.
2 seconds, 5 hours. Perfect. We nailed it.